mentally ill, but they were still had access to firearms.
So what, was the guy like driving around shooting out his window or something?
Trying to find.
He was getting out of the van. He wasn't shooting from inside it.
Jesus.
He knew how to increase his accuracy.
Nope. That's at about half the scale it needs to be, isn't it? Okay. That'll have to do. Okie dokie. Alright, let's do it. Got the rainstorm raining. Got the dramatic entry music entering. And we've got almost everyone here today. And perhaps, especially since we were missing a couple of players, it'd be great to do another one of those hot Kevin recaps, since he's got all the notes in spreadsheets.
I take this very seriously, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Like, seriously, thank you that you do.
Okay.
Yes, my man. Thank you.
So, the party, after a little more talking at the monastery, decided what the plan was. They gave their messages to B6GI 011 and 012 to pass on to Jadaji that we will meet him at the crossroads below the monastery in 3 days' time. And with that, the party disembarked from the monastery, only to encounter a Warforged escort. Battle ensued, dug some mass graves, we won. We believed they were coming from Windhold. On the way to Windhold, we spotted a cabin on a lake following the western road in Tempest Pass. The cabin had smoke rising from it, so we were a little interested. Decided to step over there and see what was what. And inside the cabin was a motley of people. You have Zargo, a Tabaxi, Sarek, and Aarakocra, Sazu, the Turtle, and a very aggressive Minotaur who came from the lands untamed. We talked to them. We figured out that their children were up on Mount Crow, being led on a spiritual journey by Two-Tusk Gadie, a spiritual Loxodon. They had already been gone 30 moons, which is the appropriate amount of time, and they were 10 days past that. So the family came looking for them. We figured out that they have some way past the watch line without triggering them. And also in exchange for going up and finding their children, they agreed to drop off the mountain bloom we find at Miok for Maruka. And so we set off towards Mount Crow, had some issues going up the mountain, but we did it. Ran into a nice earth elemental who doesn't know how to say cool magic words. And we finally got to the top, towards the top of Mount Crow, to the alpine lake that was described, where the kids should have been, and we found the child of Zargo. And that is where we ended it, and also Ryan picked a lot of Mountain Blue.
Picked quite a bit of Mountain Bloom. Indeed.
Like how much Mountain Bloom? Like 2 armfuls? What are we talking about here?
We're talking a 26 on perception amount of Mountain Bloom.
I like it.
Let's just say there's more Mountain Bloom here than you could easily carry back. Unless you were dumping out all of your possessions and only taking Mountain Bloom.
Speaking of the Mountain Bloom, do I know any other resources that it can be used for besides healing that girl? Any other medical uses or any other uses for the flower at all?
Yeah. Let's see. Did I have you make any checks on the stuff besides? I know Safine has a nature check here, but I'm honestly not sure what it's for. Was that for collecting spiders or something?
Yeah, that's what it was for.
Yep, spiders.
So nature check.
Yeah, I would say nature check, or if you're proficient with an herbalism kit, you could make that roll.
I'm not proficient with an herbalism kit, so I will make a nature check. Making sure, no herbalism kit. So nature check.
Nature away.
19.
Okay. Yeah. You know that Mountain Bloom is said to have anti-inflammatory properties. It helps with recovering from wounds, especially things that cause inflammation. And it can be used as an ingredient for the creation of basic potions of healing. If someone with sufficient expertise in herbalism has the tools and time, they could brew some potions out of it.
Would I know enough about this to say it could be used for tea, possibly?
Yeah. It can be brewed. It doesn't really offer much aside from a pleasant aroma and flavor when it's simply brewed, but it can be used for that purpose.
Okay, so I'm just gonna get before we went up to that the tabaxi child, I would gather as much as my bag could carry of it, and then we'd head on up and do that. So now we're at the tabaxi kid.
Are Max and my characters here, or did we stay back at the cabin or whatever?
I think we assumed that you guys were following along and were perhaps in quiet discussion at the back of the pack for most of the day.
We carried you around in the dimensional rift by the rope.
They did drag you
did.
around like a helium balloon for a little bit, even though that's not actually how rope trick works.
Just go with it.
That's kind of amazing, though.
But yes, you guys have followed them up the side of Mount Crow after some slightly harrowing moments on the hillside. You've managed to make your way to this secluded mountain pond where your friends have discovered not only the mountain bloom, but a young tabaxi who was cowering beside a rock before your arrival.
Julius will kind of try to get over to him. And he'll kind of kneel down to his level and be like, right, what? Your father, Zargo, and all the others, they're down the mountain. They sent us here to look for you. What exactly happened? You said something happened to Granny Gadie?
The young tabaxi boy nods, and he, let me see. Get one good track here. He nods, and he says, I don't know what happened to Granny Gadie or the others. It's just me. I think they left me here.
Why would they leave you here?
I don't know. Maybe they got mad at me. They kept. I wasn't always. I'm not. Sometimes I don't do what Granny Gadie says. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe they left me here.
Where was the last place you saw them?
Right there, says, and he points to the little island in the middle of the pond here.
First, I'm going to insight check him. Just to make sure I'm getting the truth. And I get a D4 added onto that because of Sentinel's intuition. So 19.
19. You do get the sense that this boy is agitated about something, and that there's something he hasn't said explicitly, although you don't think he's lying to you about the last place he saw them or any of that.
Gotcha. You seem a bit agitated about something. What seems to be the problem?
I've just been up here by myself for so long, and I don't know why they left me. And
go ahead.
And I'm getting real hungry.
Julius will take some rations out of his bag and he'll hand them to the boy.
He'll start to devour them. So I finished eating all of mine moons ago, and I was trying to catch fish from the pond, but I'm not. They kept getting away from me, and.
Oh, no. What was the last thing you did before they all disappeared?
You can see that his ears flatten down, and he's clearly frightened. He says, I didn't do anything. I swear, I didn't. I just... I was just bored.
You were bored on you...
And I left.
Where'd you go?
I didn't want to sit around with the others and do the stupid meditations and the rituals and stuff. It's so boring, but I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess things up. I just wanted to go climb on the rocks and explore on my own, and I didn't mean to mess things up.
I don't think you messed things up too much. He's gonna kind of stand up a little bit. Ryland, 7. You get any kind of magical vibes from the island?
Well, I mean, there's not off the top of my head here. I'm not seeing anything. And I'll pick up a rock and like toss it into the center, see if anything happens.
Like, just try to like toss it onto the island there, or
Yeah.
yeah, you can chuck a stone over that way, and it just kind of lands on the dirt and the grass there.
Doesn't seem to be magical, but I mean, it's just off the first look here. What about you, Seven? You getting anything?
I assume Seven has been passed out or something for the past day or whatever. So he's probably still passed out. You can try to slap him awake
I'll
if
take
you want.
I'll take a second stone and toss it at Seven.
The cat, I assume, has just been kind of dragging Seven behind the group.
Okay.
Yeah, the stone hits Seven in the face, and he sits up with a gasp.
Illusion device.
And he just says, "Your fucking sword is sapient?
Excuse me?
It talked to me."
Cat looks genuinely confused. Zaychik, I don't know what you're talking about. Come, there's some magical thing going on. Come. And she kind of stands him up and brushes off his shoulders and gives him a big smile.
He stares at Cat. It's almost like a glare. Like he thinks she's playing dumb. But I guess he'll grunt and follow over to the wherever the hell you're taking him.
Yeah, Ryland would be. Oh, you guys are all the way down there. Yeah, this little island here in the water, Seven. That's what. Can you do anything? See if it's magical. The boy said that's where the others were when they disappeared.
Sure. Seven looks mildly annoyed, but he'll invoke he'll invoke Disco and see if he can see any magic in the air.
All right, you glance around, and you do get some very faint traces of magical auras around this entire little nook here, this sort of walled-in little valley on the side of the mountain. It's on the stony slopes. It's on the pond itself, and you can't quite put a school of magic to it. It's just a general sort of. It's clear that the area is suffused with it, but you also get an aura that is faint but clearly separate, more distinct, coming from the island in the center.
It's just all muddied magic. It doesn't have any kind of like specificity to it.
Not the magic that's kind of suffusing the entire area, but on the island where it's a little more distinct, you think you're picking up some residual conjuration magic.
I guess Seven will grumble about how the tides have made all the magical aura around here kind of blurry hard to read, but he'll mention there's maybe a hint of conjuration on that island.
If it's conjuration, does that suggest that something was summoned and not necessarily teleported away?
Could be a portal that was conjured. Could be a could be a there's some short range teleportation that's conjuration, but usually it's for summoning. Yeah.
And Ryland will kind of like scream across the lake. Well, I guess it's not really screaming. It's only like 30 feet. What did you say your name was there, child?
It's Hrelko.
Damn, I'm gonna need. Yeah, thank you. And just how long have you been on your own up here?
I don't know. I started counting, and then I forgot. It's been moons though. I ran out of food.
Seven will wade out to the island and try and take a closer look. Sees if he's looking for footprints, runes, anything that might be, might give a clue.
Sure, you go sloshing across the shallow water here, and you come up onto the rocky shore. You can give me an investigation check. Wow. Okay. Yeah. It's faint. It's been washed away mostly by the falling rain. But you can see evidence of runes having been marked here in what looks to be a rough circle, approximately about 10-ish feet across. And you see some dark stains on the ground at the north end of this circle.
The dark stains look like perhaps blood?
Something like that. It doesn't look exactly like blood to you. It's not like a deep crimson, but it does look like something oozed onto the ground there.
And these runes, does it look more like a summoning circle or more like a teleportation circle?
I would take an Arcana check for that. Wow. Okay, 7.
Hey, this is what he does. This is a shtick.
Yeah. No, this does look very much like a summoning circle, but you can tell that this summoning circle is specifically designed, even though half of the runes are missing, you can see some telltale markings that indicate it's not designed to pull creatures from an entirely different plane of existence, but rather from one just adjacent to this. That this circle reaches into the border ethereal. and you suspect that those stains, based on where they're positioned and the runes around them, were some sort of essential ingredient or focus for the spell.
Okay. Seven will shout out that there's runes and that it looks like somebody knew what they were doing. This was like a very specific incantation, something to do with the ethereal plane.
Well, I gotta say, you guys kind of have me at a loss here on how we would exactly go about this. Hrelko, what was happening exactly when they disappeared? I know you said they were on the island, but was there anything else happening?
It was when the rain started and the wind. I wasn't supposed to say anything, but I think Granny Gadie was scared. I could tell, but she said I shouldn't tell the others because they're younger than me. So I didn't. But she started to say that we should all meditate together in the middle of the island, and we did for a while, for a long time, and then I don't know, I just got bored. I got tired of just sitting there. Granny was mumbling and muttering for so long, and the others were, I don't know, patient or something, or asleep maybe. But I got up and I wanted to see what was happening, because there was so much rain and wind, and I wanted to see what was happening on the mountain. And I saw these lights in the sky, or I don't know, they weren't lights, but I saw them in the sky and on the ground. I came rushing back, and they were all gone.
Was this in morning or nighttime that they all left?
It was in the daytime. I think it was morning.
So I get this clear. The lights, they appeared above where your friends were, or on top of the mountain?
I saw them in the sky, and I saw them on the ground in the valley here. I was too far, but I saw the light, and then I came back, but it was already gone, and they were gone too, because they left me.
Did Granny Gadie warn you about meditating up here beforehand? Saying that it was part of the proving.
It was we'd been up here for a while. We've been up here for many moons, and we were doing meditating, and we were sometimes going up and down on the mountain, and a lot of it was really boring, but Granny Gadie was talking the whole time and telling us lessons and things, and showing us how to I don't know find food and plants on the mountain. And
did she teach you any other lessons, like how to protect yourself? Perhaps maybe something to do with meditating. What is the point of all that?
the meditating is because this is supposed to be a sacred place, I think.
Oh,
She said something about how this place is filled with spirits, or the spirits are close to this place. I don't know. I didn't understand it all. And
you said a while ago you were hunting. You wanted to go exploring. You wanted to go hunting around here.
yeah, I liked that part the best.
Did you kill anything in this area?
I haven't been able to catch anything without Granny Gadie.
Okay.
But I don't know. It was a lot of. I've heard my older sister talk about the proving before, and it's all about learning to be your own, your own tabaxi, and learning how to fend for yourself and stuff. And that part was fun. That was good, but I didn't like all the stuff about just sitting around and thinking and remembering things.
Well, it sounds like you weren't with them during the storm, right? You walked away.
Yeah.
A lot of weird things have happened in the storms, everybody.
It comes to mind. Little one. What do you remember? What the granny, the babushka, what was she saying when you were all sitting in a circle? Do you remember any of her mumbling?
He thinks about it, screws up his face, and shakes his head. It sounded like she was talking to someone who wasn't here. Like she was asking for help or protection or something.
Aye, like a prayer. I see.
Yeah.
Or maybe talking to spirits, no?
I guess. I don't know.
Perhaps the spirits showed them the way. And she looks to Seven. Any chance that the spirits might have taken them?
Yeah, it's totally possible. But I don't really have the tools to investigate that further without a long rest. I need different spells than I have prepared.
I can always try and meditate on the island, see what happens.
Yes, perhaps if we talk to spirits ourselves, huh? Zephyr, you good at that? No? Or is it what? I don't know exactly what you do. You just scared me.
What do you assume that I'm good at? I probably am.
I don't want to say no. Stop looking at me like that, you make me nervous. Talking to the dead things, that?
Yeah. I could. Do you think it's a good use of our resources?
What what that thing do you think Safine's gonna talk to right now? Because everything here is alive and well.
I just assumed that spirits and undead were the same kind of thing. It's not to just ignore me.
Oh no, I need a corpse.
Hey. Well, Ryland, do you want to talk to the spirits? I'm sure they'll be helpful, maybe?
I can try some meditation. See if yeah, I'll just do some meditation. I'll keep that to myself. I'm gonna get to the center of that island and sit on down and start doing some meditation.
Julius will come on over on the opposite side of Ryland, and he'll kind of sit and try and meditate with him. And Ariel fly over there in more of a defensive position.
I guess Kat is going to sit to the left of Ryland, forming like a little half circle thing.
Yeah, just let me just do this by myself first, in case. See what this is. Maybe nothing happens, but maybe I get whisked off somewhere.
Wouldn't it be better if we all get vexed off as a group? We could even bring the child. No, that is not a good idea.
No. Well, if I get pulled to another plane, I can at least contact you guys, and then let you know it's safe to come. If everyone comes at one time, I don't know. If you guys want to meditate, you're free to meditate. Just stay quiet.
Okay. Ryland, is there anything in any particular way that you're going about your meditation, or are you just sitting down and seeing what happens?
Yeah, after I would have just sat down, and just kind of meditated my normal way. Just legs crossed, just like hands down on my lap. Right after like 10 minutes, something happened. Poke an eye open and be like, Hrelko, is this how everyone else was meditating when they disappeared?
I'm not sure. I wasn't here when they were gone. I just know Gadie was talking for a long time, and she had those weird things, those weird blue ball things that she put on the ground.
What weird blue bowl things?
Why are you only bringing this up now?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
It's okay, child. What blue ball things?
She went off somewhere before she started meditating. It was right when the storms were starting to get bad. She told us to all stay put here, and she told me I had to look after the younger ones, and I did, but nothing happened. And then she came back, and she had these like blue things. They looked kind of like eggs, but they were big and squishy, and she put them on the ground, and she made scribbles in the dirt, and then she started the meditating.
Okay, that's... I'm not good at magic, but I know that sounds like a spell.
Do you know what the things
I have
look
no
like?
idea
Did they
what
look
that
like?
is.
Did they look like a fruit? Did they look like a? What did they look like?
The child said they looked like an egg.
Egg, right?
Blue
How big?
sticky eggs.
They
Sorry.
were- I don't know. He kind of gestures with his hands. it seems like he's talking about a sort of semi-spherical object about maybe about 6 or 8 inches across.
Would I know of anything like that?
I would take a nature check, or alternatively, if considering that you know that this is part of a spell, I would accept an Arcana check as well.
Okay, let's see which one am I better at. I am equally bad at both, so I'll take nature because I rolled well with it last time and I know nothing.
Is this a free for anyone or?
Yeah, he's describing this to everyone, so I'm assuming anyone can think about it.
No.
I'm not sure how worldly Kat is, but could she possibly use a history check? Because she knows that this is supposed to all be part of some proving. Maybe there's some sort of precedent?
Yeah, I would accept a history check, I suppose. It's a bit of a stretch, but maybe you can get something out of it.
Why not?
Okay, let's see. So, what he's describing and the procedure he's talking about is not one that is immediately known to any of you. But Safine, with your Arcana check, you begin to get the sense that this is something that, I mean, you already kind of identified that this, whatever these blue things are, were likely some sort of focus for the ritual that she was performing. And kind of in the way he's describing things, that Gadie left and told him to watch over the others, and then she came back. You think it's probably something that she must have gotten from somewhere in the area. Doesn't seem like the sort of components that someone would carry around with them. And from what he's describing, talking about it like eggs and being kind of squishy, you suspect he's not talking about like a bird egg here, but perhaps some sort of insect egg might be your best guess, and that was somehow able to function as this component that was part of a spell reaching into the border ethereal.
Okay, I'm gonna share all this. So, could explore and see if we can find some of these components.
If we don't know what kind of spell this is, could we do you have some way of experimenting to see what the incantation is, or are we kind of grasping at straws? Can we perform the spell without knowing the words?
I mean, we have other spells that let us interact with the ethereal plane if we think that's the way to go, but it might be that this person did something very specific and we need to duplicate exactly what they did. I don't know. I can try. I have a spell I rarely use, but I can try it if you guys want.
Whatever you're thinking.
All right, Seven will take out some iron needles, and he'll take Disco, and he starts to cast a ritual with it. It starts to glow. He carves a little circle in the ground with it, and then throws out the iron needles. And he's going to cast Omen. Or invoke Disco to cast Omen.
Okay.
And he's going to ask his Iron Needles if we were to search the area with sight into the ethereal plane, would we be likely to find our missing characters?
Babushka.
You concentrate on this question as you cast the needles. They fall on the ground, bouncing, spinning. You watch carefully to see what direction all of the points go, how they cluster together, how they cross each other. And you interpret the needles as indicating whale.
Alright, Seven takes 10 minutes doing this and then eventually looks up and I guess he'll say that we might not need to duplicate her exact spell. If we have other ways of searching the border ethereal, we might be able to find our quarry.
Does anyone have a way to do that?
I do, but I need a long rest before I can do it, unfortunately.
Seven's human,
Well,
right?
you just missed a long rest, so you can just sort of say you fixed it there.
I mean, I would only accept that if that was something that Seven is likely to prepare as part of his normal kit of spells.
Well, I mean, I wasn't here, but
Right,
did we long rest knowing that we were coming up the mountain for this search and rescue mission, or did we long rest before we ever knew that was a thing?
Yeah, we got the mission and then we long rested about halfway up the mountain.
Yeah, they started climbing the foothills and then they got their long rest in. So they had the mission when they rested.
So it's somewhat likely I would have had it prepared if I knew we were coming to search. But
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to just say that Seven was out of it, and we'd still need another long rest before he prepares it. That's fine too.
You know what? I'm willing to go with it. I'm gonna say, that you're looking for people. Maybe Seven might have had the foresight to think he might need to look in places that aren't entirely on this plane.
All right. In that case, all right. In that case, Seven will say that. Oh wait! I did prepare that one, and he will cast. He will invoke Disco again to cast Reveal.
He was really foggy there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's out of it.
You'll get back in step, Zaychik. I believe in you.
Seven, you look around and you begin. Well, you hardly have to search at all. You almost immediately see a Loxodon and 3 very young beastkin standing beside her. All of them on the bank right next to poor Hrelko there, and Hrelko. And as soon as you lock eyes with the Loxodon, you see she looks incredibly relieved and begins waving at you, jumping up and down, and all the little young ones do the same.
Okay, I assume I can't speak to them. It only says I can see them.
Correct.
So I will take out. Well, this is going to be tricky if they don't have any. Well, I guess I'll walk over and kind of write in the mud with like a stick. I'll just say, what are you doing here? And gesture that I don't know if they can write in the mud when they're in the ethereal plane. Like, I don't know how I can actually communicate. Maybe I can read their lips.
Yeah, they can't exactly write in the ethereal mud, I don't think, for you to communicate back. But when she sees what you're writing out, she points to the island and points to the three youths and to Hrelko as well, for that matter. And she makes a gesture as if trying to scoop them all up in her arms. And she points up at the stormy sky. And then she makes a strange sort of waving gesture with her arms that is a little hard to interpret. I'd take an insight check from you.
That's not my forte, but sure.
Yeah, you're not entirely sure what it is she's trying to indicate. But after a moment or two of her realizing that you are not understanding her, she kind of shakes her head in frustration, and then she makes a gesture as if for you to follow. And she begins... It's strange because she's walking, but her feet don't exactly line up with the ground, the terrain here, so she kind of like drifts in a direction leading out of this little valley here.
Okay, well, if she's on the move, I tell everybody that Granny is telling us to follow.
I'm following you, good sir.
Let's go.
Oh, hey, Scarlet.
Hey.
Let's see. Seven, you can also watch as you see a moment of painful deliberation for the old Loxodon as she looks at the three youths with her, and then indicates for them to stay. You see them all kind of go up and go sit as if they were sitting against this big boulder here, although they obviously they just kind of pass right through it, their backs. And then she looks to you pointedly and gestures to the boy, to Hrelko.
Oh, do I get the sense she's telling me to make him stay here?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll mention to everyone that Granny is indicating this might be dangerous, and Hrelko, you should stay here. The other kids are here too, in the spirit realm. They're just hanging out. So maybe don't come with us.
He's like, they're here where? I don't see them. What do you mean they're here?
Well, yeah, you're not going to be able to see them because they're in a different realm right now. But they're here. They're just invisible. So just sit tight.
He nods and reluctantly sits down at the rock here. And it's ironic because, Seven, you can see they're literally sitting right next to each other, but he, of course, has no idea. And then the elderly Loxodon begins to lead you onward.
If we're going for a little ways, then I might try to ask some. Well, I don't know how I would ask yes or no questions without stopping. So, all right, never mind. We'll just follow.
Okay. We did a little bit of this last week, but I'm going to ask for it again because it's clear that Gadie is taking you on a little bit of a hike. I'm going to ask you to pick one person to lead your party along the very steep and rain-washed slopes here on a safe path, because Gadie has no issue in traversing where she wants to go, but the way is not so straightforward for your group. So, somebody who feels like taking on the very important role, why don't you give me a survival check? Oh my god.
Give her advantage.
No!
I was gonna help her.
I didn't give you a chance to say.
It's too late. Nimue quickly takes off and spends an hour ignoring you as she doggedly tries to lead you on. No, with the two of you working together, you are able to find a way along the slopes here. It's not so terrible because you're mostly just skirting parallel to the mountain and not up or down it. You're able to pick out a way, avoiding some treacherous terrain that looks like it could give out thanks to all of the excess rain coming down.
I know where I'm going, Julius. Oh gosh, fuck, we almost fell.
And you end up about a mile away over here. Yeah, probably more like over here. You actually make your way a little bit downhill towards a section of scrubby forest where stout pine trees cling to the rocks and grow up on the leeward side of the mountains here. And you come to a section of the forest that seems strangely to have almost like a path leading through it. Gadie takes you directly down the middle of this path. It's not a foot trail. Maybe it's cleared by animals or something of the like, but it makes its way zigzagging a little bit through the forest, following the terrain. Until it leads to an area that looks something like this. Get everyone on the map. 7. Safine. Ryland. Julius. It's an entire cadre that you guys have. And even Naz is here. Unless you ordered Naz to stay back with the child.
Sure. I'm sure Naz could do with dealing with the kid for a while.
Yeah, she doesn't seem particularly pleased with the prospect. But
I'm sure the virus should be fine. It'll be a learning experience, though.
let's see. Let me just make sure I've got the right. I think I've got the right thing here. I'm trying to put Safine zombies on the map in such a way that they
I can always drop them one.
actually have control of them. All right.
I'll never feel that you need to micromanage that for me. I can.
That is not doing what I want it to do. Give me 1 second. Always good to turn on dynamic lighting, isn't it? Right, when you set it up. And I believe it's still not. Now you see nothing, correct?
I see darkness.
That's not a good sign. Dynamic lighting
Same.
on. Daylight mode on. I know your tokens have vision, so it's not that. Yeah, your token has vision. Well, daylight mode's on. Why wouldn't it? Black for everyone?
Still,
Oh,
what corner should we look in,
Yeah, good question.
just in case it pops on?
The bottom.
Okay, the bottom right.
Okay, let me just throw a light source on the map because I have a feeling. I don't know why I need a light source, but I have a feeling it'll fix it. Oh, I'm an idiot. I put all your tokens on the map layer. That'll
Oh,
do it.
Anthony, you funny guy.
There you go.
Rookie mistake.
Alright, that should do it for everyone. You guys can see him move around now, right?
See.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Is she just leading us into that cave there?
She sure seems to be. And indeed, the deeper you go and the more you follow this path, you can see evidence of ancient cobblestones here every once in a while protruding from between weeds and scrubby grass. And if you keep following that to the north, you do, in fact, see a cave in the side of a slope here with what appears to be very, very worn stone stairs leading down into it.
Can everybody here see in the dark?
I'll be able to in a minute.
Eldath always lights the way. And for those who don't, I got light.
Can sense vibrations with my feet. It's all good.
Julius will go ahead and use a second level spell slot to cast Dark Vision on himself.
Wait, you might be able to save that if he's casting light.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna give that to Julius, in fact. Gonna
Sweet.
cast light.
Where are you going to put the light?
On your... You got anything?
On
your hood.
On the hood?
On the hood, on the top of the hood.
Bright lights in the big city.
Why does
That
no
would
one
actually
ever...
be like really nice because if your hood, it would be radiant for everybody behind you, and then like for you, just like come off like
Oh, yeah.
just light the way without getting in your eyes.
I will say that it does take quite a bit of time to make your way over here, and it's probably shortly before your arrival at the cave here that Seven, your magic wears off, and you can actually see like Gadie heading down this path, and then she just fades from view and disappears. And probably a matter of minutes later, if you keep following the path, you see that it ends at this cave.
Okay, well, I guess when it fades, I will I would recast it because I don't want to miss if she's pointing out something specific to us.
Okay. Yeah, you can recast the magic. Let's see. All right, yep, you've got it active, and Safine takes the lead, walking down the path.
Does Granny enter, or does she just kind of point at it?
You look around, and at first you don't see Granny Gadie, and then I don't know what your passive perception is. I assume it's pretty damn high. Oh, actually, it's not great. But that's okay because she does want you to see her. She's not completely hiding from you. But you realize that, Seven, she's somewhere up over here. And strangely, she seems to be hiding behind that tree and peering towards the cave. She looks back towards you and kind of waves forward and then points towards the cave, but remains put behind that dead tree.
All right, I just to be sure, I motion to her, like I point towards the cave, and then I make like some kind of, I don't know, claw, or like I'm holding a knife with my hand, and like stab myself, and then like shrug. I guess I'm trying to ask her, is it, or should we be worried? Is there danger there? And I'll try that a few times until I think she gets the idea.
Mm-hmm. She seems to not quite understand what you're saying, but then finally kind of clicks, and she just settles for pointing towards your swords.
Okay. Seven looks a bit dejected at his poor mime skills, but he's not that good at charades. So
I should have asked for a performance check, I suppose.
You really should.
Give me a performance check, man. Okay, you know what?
Okay.
You nailed it. She knows exactly what you're talking about. Yes, of course. It's dangerous, and she indicates as much.
That's the first time the bonus performance proficiency from Bladesong has ever been useful in a game of D&D. So Seven will just say that it seems like we might have to do some fisticuffs in there, so everybody should be ready.
Bow out.
You got it. Seven-Son.
Nimue, are you still taking the lead, or who's leading us in there?
Safine? Jen? Are you going to lead?
Well, if no one else wants to, I can go down. I can at least see in the dark.
Ryland seems like a damn good leader.
As soon as my Wi-Fi is back up, I will follow behind Ryland.
I'll just make it so you can position us there, Anthony. Just move to the front here.
Sure. see here.
All right, everyone, put yourself where you want to be.
Put yourself where you want to be is a good way to put it.
Oh shit. I'll kind of be somewhere near the front so everyone else can benefit from the light.
Kat, are you actually... You're not actually in Roll20 right now, are you?
No.
Okay.
But Kevin is quickly getting me. He's multitasking. He's leading us and he's leading me through IT right now.
Wow.
That's a damn fine leader.
Okay.
What's that? Cat takes the lead 30 feet ahead of the group? Yes.
Got it.
I can't even see in the dark, so I'm going to just be fumbling ahead and be like, the right, this way.
It's a wall.
I did not see it at the wall, but this is a good wall. Let's keep going.
Let's see here. Ryland. And probably Nimue. Yes, Nimue. It's a good thing you two are in the lead.
We get.
Because both of you notice something as you lead the group up this path and towards the cave entrance. There is a very large and yet somehow nearly invisible, translucent web which spans the mouth of the cave.
Can I sacred yeah, is it in a spot where I can sacred flame it to burn it away?
Yeah, well, actually, not to be pedantic, but I'm pretty sure you can only sacred flame
A creature.
creatures.
True.
That's okay. My magma bolt can hit objects.
It sure can. You blast at it, and you do see that the magma bolt kind of catches some of these incredibly fine filaments and begins to eat them away. But Seven, you in particular have an interesting view of what's happening here. To the others, you simply see the magma is eating away at the webbing, but it's a much slower process than you might expect. It's kind of slowly burning at patches of it, and the web doesn't seem to instantly collapse as strands begin to burn. It remains kind of taut and maintains its structure for quite a while as it's slowly being eaten away at by the fire. Seven, you did not notice it at first glance, but now that it's been pointed out to you, you realize that there's a faint shimmer over the door right where the web is, and it begins to occur to you that this web exists not only in the material plane, but somehow reaches into the border ethereal as well, and that there is a component of it which is ethereal and therefore is not being directly affected by your magic.
Okay, which is really wacky, but
Yeah.
do I think that the ethereal webs would actually affect us, or would we just walk right through them?
You don't think the ethereal webs should have any effect on you. The things in the border ethereal can't affect things in the material plane. That's one of the fundamental principles. But it is strange that this web seems to exist simultaneously in both planes.
Seven will ponder aloud if anybody knows of a type of creature that could make webs in the ethereal plane and in the material plane.
A very, very fancy spider.
Oh, fancy spider. Right, I forgot. I've studied those. What the fuck are you talking about?
Would that be an Arcana or a Nature?
It kind of crosses curriculums.
I
Here.
own both.
I would say
That
either.
seem-
Either is appropriate.
Man, you're gonna be so fucked, Anthony, when I get off this bad spree rolling. This is gonna last sessions.
Yeah, you're definitely between Safine and Seven. You can both put the pieces together now that you've got quite a few clues here, and you realize that the insect eggs, the webbing, dealing with the ethereal plane. There's probably some phase spiders lurking down in those depths.
Like I said, a fancy spider.
I
Not
think
wrong.
actually he's right. As sad as that is.
This is not what they said. That is exactly what they said.
Yes, she nailed it. They are indeed fancy spiders. We're just gonna keep burning through the web we can see, and then go in anyway, right? We're not gonna chicken out.
No, no way.
Nah, of course not.
Before we
Who would chicken out?
Before we go in here, though, I'm just gonna, put on the
What you gotta
emboldening
do?
bond on me, myself, Nimue, and Cat.
Oh shit! I should probably move. Is this how we're arranging ourselves? Okay, we'll just deal with it. Be good.
And then I'm also gonna just go ahead and shield of faith myself.
Probably a good idea.
And I'm gonna start going down the tunnel after that.
Okay.
That
And-
is for myself, Seven, and I think Julius.
Yo,
Plus 10 maximum.
nice.
So because I think last session I hit everybody else, right? Because I see I had one spell slot
Yeah.
at level 3 moved. Okay, so everybody has plus 10.
Awesome. And the temporary hit points from yesterday are gone, correct?
Right.
Gotcha.
And I won't bother you with that until it's in a battle where getting the reaction is worthwhile rather than preloading.
Okay.
I guess if we're preloading spells, well, I don't know. This only lasts for a minute, but no, 10 minutes. Okay, then I'll precast that brimstone, whip out brimstone, and then these little meteors start circling my head.
Okay, little meteors start to circle Seven's head, as, they do. And, and you guys start headed in. It very quickly becomes apparent that this hallway is choked with more webbing, which continues on for approximately 20 feet or so as the tunnel heads down and forward at a slight angle. Seven can continue to blast at them and cause them to incinerate, clearing the way, but eventually, Ryland, Nimue, as you take the lead and see that the tunnel is starting to open up in the darkness here, it also becomes apparent that this entire area is absolutely choked with webbing, and that it is not only difficult terrain, but that it might be a little bit of a struggle just to progress forward without getting yourself tangled up in all of it. I'm going to move you guys to... you leaders up to here. And you do have a light source, right?
I've got dark vision.
You've got dark vision. Do you both
I've
have
got-
dark vision?
I have
I've got-
blind sight. Yeah, Julie says a light.
I'm
I got
just
a light
gonna-
on.
Julius has light.
It's not worth doing. It's not worth doing all the dynamic lighting, so I'm just gonna drop you guys in.
Oh, okay.
Jesus. Well, there's quite a few webs here.
I do apologize that I have no video tonight. I just got off a flight and I'm very sick, and I look like someone who just got off a flight and is very sick. So I'm gonna spare you all the misery of staring at my ugly mug right now.
Sorry, you feel bad.
I'm gonna take out a torch and start burning these things away in front of us.
I might do the same because we could get in a spot, Ryland. We could get cornered.
Okay. You begin the work of burning away this thick yet translucent webbing that's like right in your faces. You probably feel it like catching on your clothes and your hair's getting stuck to it and such as you just wave the torches around, just begin burning anywhere where you can locate the stuff. Seven, are you hanging a few feet back? I guess you guys are kind of heading down in this order, right?
Yeah, I guess we stay in the same marching order.
All right.
Are you gonna physically remove the webs off the screen, or do we just have to like be like, okay, this one's gone, and then move on it?
Oh, no, don't worry.
Okay, that's not concerning.
Here, we're gonna move you,
That's concerning.
move you guys up. Oops. Extra zombie. And I will put Ryland and them inside now, the cave. And Ryland, as you begin to make your way into this cave, starting to burn up the web. 7, you can spot something massive crawling along the ceiling straight towards him.
Whoa, baby!
And it is shimmering with ethereal energy.
I mean, I guess as soon as I spot it, I yell out that there's, ethereal attacker, and I point.
Yes. Because even though it is making a stealth check, it doesn't know that you can see it, 7, and it is not making an effort to hide itself from you. Yeah, you can actually quite explicitly see it coming up and opening 2 massive pincers right over Ryland's neck.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And then
I hate fucking spiders.
Okay, Ron Weasley.
it will it will very suddenly, Ryland, pop into existence on the ceiling right above you. And I'm going to need you guys to roll initiative.
What's this? Is this the streak ending, Anthony? Are you in trouble? Oh, that's appropriate.
Nice.
They never showed that play at your monastery, did they, Ryland, where there are a bunch of small halflings that are surrounded by webs and...
No? No, they did
There's
not.
a giant spider comes and tries
Are you sure it was just a bunch of halflings? I thought there were some dwarves in the mix.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
We used to play that game at my club. We used ropes.
Yeah. Well, that's something different.
That raises many
Not really.
questions.
Okay. Some
Fighting,
initiative.
sucking, and bondage. Nothing really different.
Let's see here. Let me roll initiative for this phase spider. Oh,
Oh, fuck.
that's lovely.
That sucks.
Oh man.
What are you guys moaning about?
Nothing.
What are you moaning
Yeah,
about?
just be glad you have internet, Max.
Yeah, that's fair. I still wouldn't unless he told me what to do.
Just think that would have taken you hours of Googling, or you would just have a useless computer.
And the worst,
Or
Googling on your
probably-
phone and trying to like multitask windows and then figure stuff out. Like, you're like,
Yeah, me rolling that history check was like the most stressful thing ever.
Oh, let's see.
Makes you wonder how Hippolito did it every week.
Man,
I tried to play it on a fucking like iPad.
hmm
Maybe in like 2019, I tried to play it with like that generation iPad. It was like, nah.
yeah, I don't know what it is about Roll20, man, but it does not like mobile things. You know?
Oh no, it does not. It's just not well. I don't know. It's not well set up for it.
Yeah.
No,
Which is
it
kind of
needs a
surprising because it seems like it would be a good mobile like platform, but why
It
not?
would mean a whole rewrite of the system, probably.
Yeah. Definitely, because it's the whole thing is so old, like at this point, and it's been like retrofitted and had features tacked onto it over the years. I don't think that they ever like optimized it for mobile.
It'd be a lot easier if you could just do like /roll history,
Yeah.
so you could play without having to pull up your character sheet.
The downfall of what's it called? Being one of the first to the game.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. 7, you are the first to act, and even though you are on the map, you're still kind of like you're on this section. You can see that about 15 feet down this very cramped tunnel in front of Julius, in front of Ryland, there is this giant spider on the ceiling that has just popped into existence, at least on the material plane. What do you do?
Okay, well, I can't. That area of the map is just black for me. But I guess I can just describe what I do.
Yeah, that'll be fine for now.
Let's see. Save Ryland or attack. Save Ryland or attack.
Save round.
Yeah, Ryland doesn't need saving. I'm going to 7 screams out about the face spider, and he will use his bonus action to launch a couple little meteors at it.
All right.
So it needs to make a DC 16 deck save. I think it just makes one save. I don't
Against
think it
all
needs to
of
make
them.
one for each meteor. Yeah.
That seems like that makes sense. Dexterity saving throw, huh? Okay. DC 16, not easy, but it passes.
Okay, so it takes 8, I guess.
8 points of damage as the little meteors shoot down the tunnel right past your companions and strike this thing where it stands.
Okay. And then he's going to... How high is the ceiling here?
It is pretty cramped. The ceiling's only really about 6.5 feet high. There's not even room for like the spider to come crawling down past your friends. It just is in front of them and upside down.
So is it too cramped for me to get closer to it?
Well, yeah, I would say that with your allies there's really nowhere for you to stand and be physically closer, unless you were to try and somehow get past it.
Okay. In that case, he'll probably just throw a magma bolt at it.
Okay. It does have some cover because you've got a tight corridor with allies in the way, but 17 is still a hit, and you deal it 7 more points of fire damage.
Okay. And I guess if there's no way for me to get closer, then I'll just hold my ground.
All right. You hold still in this narrow little tunnel, preparing. And let's see here. 7. You suddenly see something that's probably very disturbing. Even as the first spider is standing there trying to get into position to attack Ryland, you see that on the ethereal plane, another one passes straight through it and comes scuttling along the tunnel right through all of you. You see it, like, physically pass right through you. And then, once it is well behind you, it pops into the material plane, just behind Cat.
Ah, Tovarish, come to die!
And I'm going to say that 7, you were able to give the heads up to Ryland as the first one appeared. Had no opportunity to be surprising about its attack. But this one is moving swiftly, and it is going to catch Cat by surprise, who is looking for enemies in the front, not necessarily directly behind her. It's going to attack with advantage. Giving it a 22 to hit her.
That is a hit.
All right. Let's see here. Start off with damage.
Wow.
Dig 'em.
That was a pretty solid. That was pretty solid poison damage. Not gonna lie.
Good. It's good. I'm fine.
29 points of damage. Most of it poison as it injects you with its massive. What are they called when they inject venom? They're not fangs. They're
Incisors.
Dispensers.
yeah, something like that. The point is, you're in incredible pain, Cat, and you also need to give me a Constitution saving throw.
With a D4 added to it.
Do I need to give you a Constitution saving throw? I'll give you a fucking Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's a little.
And let me just oh man.
Yeah, okay. That's a little weirdly worded. Normally they handle it better than that. So that con save actually halves the poison damage. So
Oh,
Not
it does.
Quite, yes,
Really?
it does. That is a con save against the poison damage.
Okay.
It's weird that it's worded in a sort of retroactive fashion, but
It's very strange.
but yeah, so it's just 11 points of poison on the successful
It's still not
save.
fun, but manageable.
Much more manageable. And that is going to be its whole turn. The next one up is the one that was going for Ryland. It got struck by Seven, who managed to react swiftly and hit it with his attacks before it had the chance to chomp down. But now it will attempt to take a bite out of Ryland. It does not have advantage here since he got the heads up about it. Just a 9 to hit Ryland, nowhere close, as the mandibles swing down, piercing nothing but open air. Julius.
All right, longbow at the ready. Once per day, I'm going to look at the first face fighter in front of us for free. I'm going to put a hunter's mark on it.
Hunter's mark ahead of you? Okay.
Yeah, the one ahead of me, right here
Got
on
it.
Ryland. I'm on hunter's mark it for free. As my bonus action. And now it's time to start shooting. First one at sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter. You hit it. You hit it very easily.
19, 2 for hunter's mark. Reaction from Aerie. I'm going to use her D6 for cold damage.
Okay.
So that is 21 piercing, 5 cold. And I'm going to shoot it again.
All right. Well, I will tell you this.
Oh.
That first shot, the arrow goes straight in the phase spider's face and comes straight out of its abdomen. And the thing falls from the ceiling to the ground right in front of Ryland and begins to convulse as it curls up its gigantic legs over its body and twitches a few times rather hideously, but is very clearly dying.
Well, fuck,
Nice.
okay.
That's awesome.
Well, that worked.
So can I turn around and see the one that's attacking behind us?
You can. It's about 20 feet away. There are allies in the way there, but you don't care about things like cover. So
I will go ahead and shoot at that one with a 16.
And the 16 will strike it as you narrowly avoid
All
Seven, a zombie, and Cat to put an arrow into this thing as well.
No hunter's mark and no reaction because I can't move the hunter's mark yet.
Copy that.
But
24 is still a tremendous amount of damage as this arrow also punches straight through the creature and causes it to let out a strange chittering cry. Not dead, though.
I did my job.
Yes.
Ryland, it's your turn.
Were we able to burn down this first web in its entirety?
Not really. It's pretty much as soon as you were starting to burn it that this thing appeared to attack you.
Okay. Am I able to move up and burn it at the same time? Without...
If you burn, I'll call that your action to spend time burning the web. But just to move up, I am first going to need a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, well, I would burn it before I moved.
Okay, well, in that case, you can burn up the 5-foot chunk ahead of you as your action and clear that space. But there's still plenty more web in this area.
Damn, I want that 5 feet. Okay. Let me look at something anyway. Yeah, you know. YOLO, I'm gonna keep moving up.
Alright, then I'll take that dex save. Very nicely done. You can nimbly duck and hop around the giant strands of web and move through the area as difficult terrain.
Okay, and then I will end it right here. Torch still in hand.
Okie dokie. Ryland. Torch still in hand, getting deeper into the cave, creating a little bit more space for your companions. You're standing there when you feel something crawling around your pant legs. You look down and you realize that the giant spider, which is still kind of twitching in its death throes, is writhing with thousands and thousands of tiny spiders.
No! No, man.
And you've just walked right through them.
I did a quick little high step.
Yeah.
Ryland, these things are going to shift a little bit to occupy your space. Here.
Well, that's rude.
And they're just gonna try and take a little nibble at you. Probably no biggie. Yeah, it's just a 6 to hit you. No sweat on the baby face spiders. Oh, you know what? Damn it. I got them a little bit out of order, but that's okay. Just gives you guys more of a chance to react to them. Also, it's really cool that you moved up like that, because now you see, well, at least 7 does, yet another one of these things come crawling through ethereal space, only to pop out right in front of Nimue.
Oof.
It is also going to strike with advantage, this time at Nimue.
Okay, I was about to ask if the new one was directly over that old corpse.
It's directly over it. It's also on the ceiling. That one fell to the ground. This one will strike, but it's just an 11 to hit.
Pull that
Nimue.
card out the deck.
It's an 11. It had advantage. It just appeared out of the ethereal plane, but it misses and leaves Nimue with an opportunity to respond.
I'm gonna bonus action summon the arms.
And give you my reaction.
Thank you. No attack. Oh boy.
Way to squander. Oh, it's a plus D4 too.
Oh yeah.
All right. Oh, I'm afraid that even with the advantage... Oh, wait. Plus D4. 14. Yeah, that's a hit.
Wow! Ryland's the best.
Bless up Eldath.
6 points of force damage.
Thank
That's
you.
actually fascinating, because that means that those arms could even hit the thing in the ethereal plane.
Right.
Although you can't see them. But you do strike this one, punching it with magic arms.
And I think I'm gonna do the blood drinking rapier.
That will also land,
Boing.
and it will deal some damage, and then it will make the con save.
And then you got all your fucking colossal bullshit and the other
Exactly.
It fails.
No
Yay.
hunter's mark, but
No
now
hunter's
it takes
mark.
it takes a D8 necrotic now. 6 necrotic, you get 3
Very
hit
nice.
points back if you lost any.
15 points
And
of
then-
damage.
Colossal Slayer.
All right, wounding it even further.
Let's see.
22 points of damage you just dealt to it.
I think that I would also like to.
Oh Jesus.
I'm going to
I forgot you have the monk feature.
That might do. I'm reading. Sorry. I was thinking about Flurry of Blows, but I was reading it and it says you make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action. I've already used my bonus action. So
Is summoning the arms a bonus action?
it is.
Okay, so then you can't flurry this turn.
All right. So is that it for Nimue?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Safine.
Okay, so I walk in, right? And there's one that's still alive and hurt.
There is one that is alive and hurt in front of you, and there's also one that is alive and hurt behind you.
Behind me.
Yes. It's at the far end of the tunnel and is trying to poison Cat.
Again.
Or I suppose
intoxicate
her. Intoxin her.
I don't think that's
Venom
Yeah.
injects her with venom.
Okay.
just
Yeah,
poison.
sure.
Envenomate. Envenom. I think envenom is the word.
Venom.
I don't think that's a thing, man.
It sounds like a thing. But I'm pretty sure that's like when you apply venom to something.
Is it?
I don't know. I'm just making things up too. The magic missile will hit regardless. Which one are you going for? The one before you or the one behind?
The one that's going after Cat.
The one that's going after Cat, that's a total of 11 points of damage, and the 3 bolts blast it, causing its abdomen to burst, and it dies.
Oh, by the way, fangs.
Fangs.
What?
No, not you. Sorry, we're back on the. We're talking about that's what its fucking teeth were called.
Oh,
No, I wrote that in chat. They don't have fangs. Fangs are teeth. It's
Oh,
that's what the jaw.
That's what.
That's
it was.
what the jaw part, the hollow part.
Shall
I
I,
have- like,
honestly,
I haven't used that word since I've actually taken the zoology class in university. So it's like it's fangs. Oh, but one's teeth and one's actually made of chitin. Blah 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 blah. blah.
no.
Fuck. You know. I am going to tell my 2 zombies to attack that one, and they're just gonna push through everybody and anything at whatever disadvantage they get. So you tell me what they're trying to push against, and I'll tell you how far they can.
let's see. They can't really do anything while they're in an ally's square, and they can't really push through an enemy's square just because of how tight this all is, and because of the webbing making things difficult. So
I might tell
one of them could get up there and attack, though, if that's what you wanted.
Yeah. I'll bring one of them up. But I'll make the attack. 1 second. Why? No, I don't want to roll 21. D&D Beyond one. Oh, I don't have the app installed on this computer. Plus a 3. No, it missed.
Alright, that is a miss indeed. As the zombie swings ineffectually at the spider.
Okay.
Now is technically when that little swarm comes off and hits Ryland. I jumped the gun a bit. Cat, it's your turn.
Oh, sweet. Do I see another swarm of little spiderlings coming out of this thing?
You know, if you look down, you may notice that it does seem to be wriggling an awful lot for a dead spider.
Not entirely sure how this would work, but can I attack the swarm with my sword?
You can try. It's not particularly effective, but you can still swipe at it.
I mean, honestly, I don't really know what else I can do.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You can try and squash spiders with a sword.
Squash spiders? You think that'd be hard to hit them?
You take the flat of your blade and you slam on the ground.
Down again and again? I'll try for Great Weapon Master, but then let's just see what happens.
Yes,
17 to hit.
a 17 does hit. I mean, they're everywhere. They're not hard to hit.
Okay.
The problem is that they are and this is true of most swarms, resistant to all bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. So all of it is
Even
gonna get
magical?
even magical.
Oh,
Even-
shit.
All right.
So that 22 will be reduced to 11 points of damage.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. And I don't have the time to get a. I'm just gonna attack again. Fuck it.
Okay.
Whatever. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I was supposed to take off Great Weapon Master for that one, but
Was you supposed to?
I was actually genuinely going to not, because I want to test out how much I can hit them, but I'll just go with that. It's only that pathetically low to hit.
All right. Why don't you give me a hot, fresh roll with no
Okay.
Great Weapon Master on it? Okay.
It doesn't
Plus a
matter.
D4. Plus a D4.
Plus a D4. I forgot about that. 14.
With that emboldening bond, that is a hit.
No way.
Yeah. 14?
Bullshit.
Emboldening bond, man.
Fucking Eldav, bless up, man. That'll be it from me. I will remain back here and pull the rear guard, but I will move over here, so just in case shit does go bad, I can rush in.
Okay.
I see what you did there, Russian.
You got that.
Oh my god.
You
All right. That's here comes the remainder of the swarm that you didn't manage to squash with those 2 blows.
Oh, that's a lot of spiders.
And they will come scrambling and crawling and swarming all over you and the nearest zombie. And then they will begin trying to bite both you and the zombie. It's just a 13 to hit Cat, and a 9 to hit the zombie, which I think actually still gets it.
They are babies. Nothing but babies.
Cat, you swipe and kick at them and keep them from crawling up your pant legs, while it deals 5 points of damage to the zombie, who is not nearly so fast to protect itself. Why are there these swarm things that they're nothing? Okay, top of the round, 7.
Well, I still can't see the map in front of me, but is there any room yet to move up, or?
Safine has thoroughly blocked it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Here, I suppose I can do this.
Is there room underneath the spider? It's on the ceiling.
Yeah, but it's a large creature, and it's basically occupying that whole area. You could try to push past it, but you would have to essentially shove through its square with your action.
Well, I don't know what do I see things in there still?
Yeah, you can see an enemy about 15 feet ahead of you in the tunnel. It's splitting Ryland from the rest of your group, and you can see the little swarm that is harassing Cat behind you.
Okay, then I'll throw some meteors at the one that's attacking Ryland.
Okay. By all means.
Let's make a DC 16 Dex.
And it will probably fail that, but I said that last time and it passed, so. Big failure this time.
Okay, and
Is
then,
that 17?
Yep.
All right, that spider dies.
Cool. And then I guess since I'm standing right next to this swarm that's attacking Cat, I might as well make a couple attacks at it.
Sure.
Oh, Zaychik is coming to rescue me. Or not.
Or not.
Cupcake does not succeed in hitting anything. Dear, and there's a critical failure in there just to make things a little worse. Let's try this. Can you see the critical failure deck that just popped up?
Yep.
Oh man!
See a deck?
Very
Yeah.
cool.
Why don't you draw a card off the top? If you mouse over the top, it'll like half pull out a card. Just click that. Or you've
Oh, that's really cool.
I don't know what you just somehow you just
It put it in his like inventory there above his name.
Oh, it did.
And what is that? Can you click on?
You can drag it out onto the page actually. Like it's a token.
I'll try. It's not letting me drag it. I can click it. But then what?
If you do you see the little thing right above your name at the hey, there you go. You got it. Of course, it is blocked by dynamic lighting. Wonderful. But yes, you can see what you have drawn here. Apparently, your shoes
Looks like
are
there's
untied.
4 of them.
Yes, there's different results depending on what type of damage or what type of attack it was. So, in this case, it was a melee attack. So it's the top one. Shoes are untied.
Okay, I forgot to tie my shoes, so I might lose my shoe if I move.
Oh no, we're seven.
Seven?
That affects you. Doesn't that one?
I mean, I guess.
I thought you took the winged boots.
I don't have winged boots. I have a sword I fly on. But yeah.
I'm gonna say if you.
I mean,
lose
I haven't moved, so it
You
doesn't
haven't
really matter.
moved. All right, but just keep in mind that there's a risk there. You can feel it's wiggling. You know, there's some looseness.
It's really weird. Okay.
It's very weird.
Well, that ends my turn anyway.
Okay. This is a dead spider. This is a dead spider. So Julius, it's your turn.
Are there any spiders living or just the spider babies?
Just the swarms.
Okay. I'll move my hunter's mark onto the swarm that's in front of me.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
And why the fuck not? Because I don't have anything else I can do. I'm gonna take some shots at him.
All right.
23 to hit.
23 is a hit, of course.
Bam. Bam. And then Ares reaction. 6 cold on top of that. So 23 piercing and 4 cold.
23. Yeah. Piercing is halved, but I don't think it matters because it's such a large amount of damage. Let me double check their HP. 23. Oh, okay, that's still alive.
Oh shit. Okay, damn.
You killed many in the swarm as the arrow pierces through dozens of
I
tiny.
will fire on the swarm again.
You fire again and strike again.
And hunter's mark. So 24 reduced to half is 12.
You will probably. There we go. There's your whole tunnel now.
Oh, that's a lot of spider webs.
Let's see. That was a total of 12, you said?
Yes.
Okay. That is. It's still alive.
What the fuck? Oh, damn.
It's having all that piercing damage. But there are only a handful left in the swarm. You have managed to skewer through many of them.
All right, that's my turn.
All right.
Aerie takes dodge action. So.
Aerie dodges. Ryland?
Okay. I am going to target these stupid little midget spiders.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to toll the dead.
Ding.
Dong.
And I don't believe that the swarm in front of me has taken any damage at this point.
Actually,
I just dealt a shit ton.
Oh,
Julius shot it a lot.
never mind. I thought you were shooting the one behind us. Cool.
No.
Okay. The spider swarm will make a wisdom saving throw.
And if it fails, 2d12.
I feel like somehow it should only affect one spider in the swarm, but it's okay. It's not quite how swarms work. So.
Then we're gonna have a whole nother conversation on sound.
It fails, and it will take 2d12. And sure enough, the remaining little spiders all curl up just like their mama did, and begin twitching on the ground.
So no more swarms by me? Yes, okay. Any chance I'm able to burn any more of these webs away? Maybe like the ones that are left with the two spiders laying on them? Like right here. Two spiders falling from the ceiling seems pretty destructive in my mind.
They're probably actually like half caught, tangled in the webs, in their own webs now. Probably awful. Yeah, you can burn that area if you want. I'll give it to you.
What
even
area
though
are we
you
talking
already
about?
told the dead. The whole area behind you.
Okay, cool. So it's clear up to me then.
It's clear up to Ryland. And it is now Nimwe's turn. There's only the swarm behind you remaining alive that you can see.
I'm just making sure this new spider that died, we don't see any other spider babies around.
You don't see any little babies crawling off of that one, no.
Good. Okay. I think that Nimue is gonna try and help clear the way even more because we're still kind of trapped. I'm gonna move up next to Ryland and try to clear away some more web.
All right. Do you have a torch as well, or are you just swinging with your force arms?
Would that work? If the force arms would just work, I'll try that.
I feel like they would actually be particularly effective because they are also hitting this in the ethereal plane as well. They're hitting it in all of its forms of existence. So you can swing your giant force arms around and clear out some more of the webbing up ahead of you. Let's say you can do those two squares up ahead of you.
Nice.
I'll just delete some of this webbing to make it a little clearer.
Oh, bless you.
Move this out of the way. And this too. Here you go. Alright, you're clearing the path forward, and it is Safine's turn.
Okay. Do the webs look like, the zombies could do anything to it if I told them to tear down webs?
Probably give it a go.
Okay. That's what my mental command is going to be for them this turn.
Alright.
I'm just going to try to blast that last group with another magic missile.
Copy that. And surely enough, that is more than enough damage for the missiles to seek out the remaining few of that swarm and squash them until they are dead.
So all the enemies around us are dead.
As far as you can see, glancing forward and back.
On this plane.
On this plane, everything's dead.
I'm going to move right on up to Ryland, and I'm going to hold one of my arrows into his torch to light it.
Nice.
And then I'm going to take the flame arrow, and I'm going to shoot in a line that way.
Okay. You fire off an arrow. It goes shooting through all of the webbing, and you can see that it leaves a sort of burning trail where it passed, which then slowly begins eating away. Again, it doesn't just send everything erupting in fire. It's not an instant thing, but it's like slowly chewing away at the strands. And you see no further enemies coming to attack you.
Well,
As this
let's just send everything erupting in fire then. I'm just gonna fireball the entire room.
Kaboom!
Oh shit!
You see a sword brimstone image appear in the middle of the room. It starts growing whiter and whiter and whiter, and then boom.
Are we gonna
Hopefully
get hit?
No, I measured.
And you cause it all to burn. I imagine it looks something like, I don't know if you've ever seen those videos of setting steel wool on fire where it just slowly eats away at everything. But that is the process. Slowly chewing away, consuming all the webbing until the area seems clear.
Well, I don't think the spiders are what we came for, so...
Moving.
Oh. Guys, it looks like there might be something over here in the water.
Okay.
When you say something, what kind of thing?
Yeah, no this
No, not a creature or anything, but it looks like a path down in the water. Deeper.
That's interesting.
This looks kind of shallow, so I'll wait. Make room for people.
We got. You've been following Granny Gadie, right? 7. Where
No,
is
she stayed outside.
As a matter of fact, 7, as you guys begin to move a little more calmly into this space, you see her coming in behind you, looking around, and she does indeed begin to check the area carefully. You can see at first she's very hesitant, but when she sees all of the spiders dead, she disappears through a wall.
Oh shit!
To your surprise, 7, she doesn't go off the way that Ryland is indicating, talking about a subterranean tunnel, but instead passes right through the wall here.
If I go over and look, is there any way for us to go that direction?
Well, there is a little pool of water on the ground, and if you squint into the darkness of its depths, you realize there seems to be a tunnel.
There's another tunnel on this side, and Granny Ghostface just went that way.
Looks like we're gonna have to swim.
Do we need someone to scout out the area ahead?
Does it look like it's one of those things where like the wall stops, but the water goes deeper, and then like you gotta like dive under and over?
It does
Yes,
look like
you can
there
do
is
it.
a way through the wall, but it is submerged.
Well,
All right. I'll go scout it. That's fine.
You sure?
I can do it. I've got to swim. Out of character, I have a 30-foot swim speed.
Doesn't everybody have a 35th swim speed?
No, they do not unless it specifies.
Oh,
It's half.
Yeah, normally swimming is half your
interesting.
walk speed.
I didn't know that.
Rangers get a thing that they have a climb speed. No, my climb speed and swim speed is equal to my movement speed, and I'm at 5 extra movement, so I have 35 feet of swim, climb, and walk.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. The challenge here is not swimming. The challenge here is just seeing what's on the other side. I can stick my head down and do that.
Do you have dark vision?
Yep, I can see just fine.
All right.
If you want to do it, go ahead.
If you want to submerge yourself in the water, Seven, it is icy cold, and obviously
I'm also
drenching
resistant to cold.
You see that there does look to be a tunnel that keeps going into darkness. Your dark vision lets you see that it bends around and eventually up, but also allows you to see that it appears to be quite a narrow squeeze. If you want to try and go through there, you're going to need to give me an acrobatics check.
Okay. How does an 8 do?
An 8 is not great.
You drown. You're dead.
7. It's probably not the most comfortable feeling in the world as you begin to wedge your way through. Get your head through, your shoulder, and then quickly realize you can't seem to tuck your other shoulder up to squeeze through. And you're underwater in the dark, and you're stuck.
Oh God!
Well, that's annoying.
That's just annoying. Okay.
Can I see where I would be going?
You can see that the tunnel continues another few feet ahead of you and then bends upward out of sight.
You can do it. I believe in you.
I don't really want to waste spells on this. Can I try to wriggle myself free?
I'm gonna say at this point you are pretty well stuck, and there's not too much wiggling you can do. But the others who are standing in the cave, you can probably see Seven's legs begin to flail a little bit as he tries to free himself.
I'll try.
No!
I'll go into the water and try to grab his leg and pull him out.
Yeah.
No, just push me. Don't pull me.
No.
Cat's gonna jump down in the water and just like shove his leg.
I'm gonna...
Okay. All right. In that case, the rest of you, one of you, give me a strength check, and you can have advantage on it.
My internet went out again, so you may need to make that strength check for me. Sorry, Brad.
I'm sure the monk is very strong.
I'm the strongest!
Well,
I mean, actually,
That's a real bailiff call there.
that was a, it may be a saving throw, but it's still enough for you to
it's
just
still
propel Seven forward. It's a little painful, and you hear a crunching sound in your shoulder, Seven, but you get shoved forward another couple of feet, and then your arms are free, and you can pull yourself the rest of the way into a chamber. Your head breaks the water into open air. You peer around in the dark, and you see a tiny little pocket here, a single room, which has clearly been used for phase spider nesting. There is webbing, and as you peer around in the corners, you see some clusters of blue-green egg sacs.
Is there any sign of Granny?
Yes, Granny is actually standing there, looking down at you, a little impatient, tapping her foot, watching as you're struggling to get through.
I give her whatever the medieval equivalent of the middle finger is. And
She just points to the eggs.
Yeah, I crawl up and grab some of the eggs.
I think it would still be the middle finger, man.
No, it's remember?
You raise a pinky.
Yeah, it's.
All right, and after I grab the eggs, wanting to save himself the embarrassment, Seven appears behind everyone in a puff of smoke.
Why didn't you do that the first time?
He just glares at you, clearly not wanting to answer that question. But he does hold up the eggs and say that this is what Granny was pointing at. There's nothing else back there.
Well, that's great job, Zeke. You almost drowned there for a moment, but it's all good.
You made it.
Did I almost drown?
I mean, the way you said it like that, no, maybe we should go, yes.
He just starts walking away. So I assume this is what we came for, these eggs. It's not clear why we need the eggs, but I guess that's what we came for.
I just want to point out there is a rope in that water that goes down.
I mean, are we doing the whole, RPG dungeon crawler thing where we explore everything for treasure?
What the fuck is the Aloxodon doing? Granny Gadie, what is she doing? Did she follow you out of the room?
She has come back through the wall, and she is hurrying back out of the cave.
Okay.
Seven says that she's going down into the other pool.
Yeah, they're right, let's go.
Can I insight check that?
Oh, why would you want to insight check? You're a good pal.
Yeah, go ahead and insight. There's my deception roll.
Do I get any better? Let's see.
Please no.
I think you do, because your base insight is higher than that.
But then I get a D. But then I get a D4.
Oh, your insight's only a 2? You're not proficient in it?
No, I'm not proficient with insight.
All right. Well, either way, you can tell Seven is grimacing when he says that, and you can tell he's in a foul mood and is clearly bullshitting you.
Right.
Is that the bullshit? I can never tell when Seven is bullshitting.
Right.
Isn't he always in a foul mood?
I was about to say, that's
He's
like
he's in a fouler mood than usual. I don't think the Loxodon went down that way.
Why would him being in a fouler mood mean whatever, let's just go.
Grumpy does what he does.
Are we going deeper in, or are we trying to get the kids and get the fuck out? Because we also got to get to Windhold. Remember that.
But guys, what if there's a treasure chest?
Yeah, and if we take too long here, then the people from Windhold are going to get up to Jitaji and let him know that they got the Thunderbolt. We can always come back.
I thought we already killed everyone from Windhold, did we not?
We killed everyone on the route, but as soon as they find out that those people didn't make it, they're going to send another one.
Well, how would they know they wouldn't make it until they get back?
We had to calculate it out of character in time, like how long we had the full round, didn't we?
You guys sent a message
Like
to
2 days.
Jitaji saying that you would be back to meet him with the Thunderbolt in hand in 3 days.
How long has it been?
It's been half a day. So we told him that at the end of the day, towards the day 5 evening time. We are now day 6 mid morning, I would say.
Okay.
Because we started at first light
Yeah,
to get up to the lake.
It's definitely getting later now. By the time you made it up to the lake and then now over to here, it's getting past midday.
Also, thinking about the kids, the Tabaxi ran out of food already. That means those kids are out of food. And they're stuck.
Do you have to eat? Do you have to eat on the ethereal plane?
I assume you do.
Bodily functions do not cease.
Just to play devil's advocate a bit. I mean, the time it's going to take us to explore this other cavern is not days, right? It's not long enough for these kids to starve. Like, it's going to take us 10 minutes to go see what's down there.
How
You
long
ever seen you ever see Rick and Morty? It's like a quick 30-minute adventure. In and out.
How long have they gone without food according to the Tabaxi? Because the
Many
Tabaxi
minutes.
child
You said-
told us how long they were.
Well, you
The
can go like
Tabaxi-
2 weeks without food.
Yeah, the Tabaxi child says that he ran out of food days ago. He doesn't know how many days it's been.
But we also sell them.
The point is, I don't think another 10, 15 minutes is going to make a huge difference, right?
7
It's not gonna they're not going to starve in like
down.
an extra 5 minutes.
Let me put it this way: does anyone want to go dive down the hole?
I kind
No.
of really want to. I'm not
Right?
gonna lie.
If you guys want me to
I don't want to.
jump down real quick,
If I could make rolls, I totally would.
I'll swim down and see what's happening.
All right, Ryland, you can go wading into the cold water and look down into the dark depths of the hole. You can see that there is an old rope, like ladder that is just dangling there into the darkness. It looks like it goes down about 20 feet before the end is frayed, and it just dangles into nothing.
So I can't use it to get down.
It's not attached to anything at the other end that you can see.
So then no.
Okay.
And I'm on the shallow part right here, like I'm standing.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, you're like waist deep.
Then I will do my best to make my most eloquent dive into the pool.
Okay. You take a deep breath and submerge yourself into the darkness. You begin to swim down and down. You can feel that the water is very still around you. After descending about 50 feet or so, you realize that you can see the bottom coming up towards you out of the murk. It looks like it is not the natural floor of this shaft, but instead that at some point in the distant past there must have been a collapse, a cave-in, and you can see that it is choked with rubble, although there are gaps and fissures where it looks like the water can emanate up and around you. What is your passive perception? Never mind, I can just see it for myself.
17.
Okay.
Did Ryland just stumble onto some ancient ruins?
Yeah, Ryland, you can see like
Fucking-
little cracks. Like I said, you can see little cracks in the jumble of rubble down there, but nothing that looks like it would be large enough for you to fit through.
Do I feel like I have enough time to move a rock to make room before I'd have to come up for air?
Yeah, you could probably make an attempt, but you gotta. It'll be tricky to get yourself some good footing and leverage to move a big heavy boulder while you're underwater. But you could give it a shot.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, I'll find a rock that looks like I can lift it, and kind of like bring myself to the ground using that as my pivot point to stand on the rest of the stuff and try and lift it and move it.
All right. Why don't you give me an athletics check? It's not going to be easy. Yeah. You
+1.
you strain and struggle to move a rock, but as you do so, your foot slips and you involuntarily let out a shout which turns into a stream of bubbles, and you realize that you're going to have to make for the surface right away if you want to get back up there before you run out of air.
Yeah, I'll push off my footing and to go up.
All right, up you go. You kick and swim, and your legs and your lungs start to burn a little bit, but you break the surface with a gasp and are back up to the top.
Okay, I got I'll swim over, sit on the edge for a second. Call back to the opening and be like, I got like 50 feet down. There's a lot of rocks in the way. There's no clear path. Like past it, it's a little like blockade. But it goes deeper. I don't know what's down there.
Might need someone strong.
I don't see how we can give up. This is too mysterious. Like we can't walk away from this.
I'm going back down if anyone wants to help.
You see Gadie has like reappeared in the cave and she's just looking at you,
Like,
waving her arms.
Okay.
I'm ignoring her.
Maybe we should go help the kids. Just maybe. But how quick do you think this is going to be?
All we gotta do is move some stones. It's fine.
It only,
Doesn't
it
sound
only
like
took
an
me
easy
like
process.
20, 30
Fine,
seconds to go
fine.
down there.
And Kat is going to unstrap her armor, and then she's going to jump in.
All
Oh
right,
yeah.
go, cat.
Kat, you jump in, and
Back
you,
down too.
both
back
of
down.
you
Yeah.
go back down.
All right, I'm jumping down with him.
And that's when the cave collapses again. No, the three of you jump down and begin swimming to the depths. It's not difficult for you to hold your breath as you make your way to the obvious blockage of the shaft. What do you want to do down there?
So
We're gonna move those
Yeah.
fucking rocks.
I'm gonna point to that rock I tried to move earlier.
Okay.
Try and get some help moving it.
All right.
All right.
Someone
strength
give
check?
me an athletics check.
Okay. let's see.
I'm gonna hand Kat a crowbar so that she gets advantage.
Oh, buddy.
Nice.
Athletics? Okay. Give me a sec.
Athletics.
I actually can't see what I rolled. What did I roll?
Well, it's a good thing you had a crowbar. That's all I can say.
Alright,
Roll it that
cool.
one first.
Oh god, did I? Can I add that D4 on there?
Yeah, you still do get a D4 as well. So
Don't worry, I would have gotten 4, guys.
All right, you
Failure's a failure.
Yeah, you have the crowbar though, which gives you some leverage to begin to pry a large rock out of place, and that gives Ryland the opportunity to jump in and assist, grabbing hold and helping you to tumble it out of the way. And as you look down at what you have uncovered, you see more rocks. It's clear that it is a sizable cave-in. However, the little opening that you've just created, you see something sticking out between the boulders.
is it shiny?
Oh, I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna grab it.
The bones of an arm that was clearly crushed. And it seems to have something corroded on one finger.
Ooh. Ryland, do you want to grab it? I mean, no.
Yeah, I mean, I can grab it. I ain't scared.
I'll grab it. Fuck it, I'll grab it. I don't give a shit.
All right. Are you grabbing just the ring on the finger or the whole arm?
I'll grab the whole arm. I mean, I'll bury it later or give it to
You just yank the bones free, and they probably fall to pieces mostly, but you can grab the finger bones with the ring on it.
I need the knuckles for Safin.
It's true.
And I'm probably drowning by now, so let's swim back up.
7 points at the other rocks and looks like why aren't we digging up the rest, guys?
I guess Cass is gonna.
Do those rocks look like the false bottom that this one did? Or does it look like it's the bottom?
From what you could see from moving one boulder, it looks like there's a quite a thickness of collapsed boulders here.
Ryland's gonna
Probably.
start swimming up.
Yeah, it probably goes down feet and feet as far as you can tell.
Yeah. Going
7,
up.
do you swim up as well, or do you hang out down there?
I hang out for another second and roll my eyes and then swim up.
You swim up. And the 3 of you break the surface with your, well, not exactly shiny, but definitely old, whatever it is, in hand.
Well,
We found we got that rock move this time. It doesn't look like it goes any deeper than that, but we found an arm sticking up out of the rubble, and
I think
Cat,
Did you find a chest of 30,000 gold?
No, Cat found herself a nice little ring. Little lady got a
Well,
ring.
let's see what it is. And Cat is going to delicately lay down the bones and take a look at this corroded piece of metal.
Is it corroded?
It is corroded, yeah. It is quite chunky looking and seems to... well, it's clearly a ring, but even with the corrosion, you can see that it was not a delicate piece of jewelry by any means. You could give me a history check if you're trying to determine anything else about it, or you could maybe take some time to clean it up and see if you can't determine more about it later.
I think I'll do that. I'll probably clean it up later. For now, I'm just gonna shove it in my pocket, shake myself dry, and put on my armor again.
Yeah, Ryland, I will say the most you could tell from your brief glimpse at it was that the sort of chunky geometric styling looked to you like something of dwarven make, but that's about all you got.
Okay.
I would say that was modestly successful.
You found
Excellent.
something?
Yes. Excellent suggestion, 7.
Well, now that we found what's at the bottom, we should get on scooting to Hrelko
Let's
before
go help
he
them.
gets bored and finds somewhere else to be.
Oh, don't worry. Nesco, I'm sure, has whipped him into shape.
They're all going to be little mercenaries when we get back.
Oh, yeah? What? What did you say?
They're all going to be a part of the Ursa when we return.
Oh, yes. Everyone would find the Ursa.
Better than part of my entourage.
Yeah.
As you turn and leave the cave, you, 7, you can once again see Gadie rushing off ahead, clearly making back to the lake. At some point along the journey, she will vanish from your view, but eventually, as the afternoon wears on, you guys find yourselves back at the lake in the mountains.
Well, I'm not sure what we do with these eggs. So, do I need to try to see her again to figure that out, or can we just put them on the ground there and it's gonna do something?
I also remember him saying that they had drawn something in the dirt, unless he can recall what they were drawing, and what Gadie was saying. We may have to rely on Granny Two Tusk.
All right, but I can. I don't have infinite spell slots, but all right, I will cast Reveal. I will invoke Disco one more time.
One last time. And as you do so, you see her standing just beside you. And she is kneeling down at the north end of these this circle of runes.
Okay, so I walk over and I hold the eggs out, and I'm clearly looking questioningly, as if to say, "What do I do here?"
She gestures to the area where you see that kind of that dark stain on the ground, and she motions to it as if she was placing something down there, and then she violently brings one giant Loxodon fist down upon the spot.
Oh, she wants me to smash the eggs there. Okay, put the eggs down, and I lay my big, heavy, flat plane of a sword bastion on top of the eggs, and I jump on it.
And they splurt everywhere, letting out this nasty purplish ooze that begins to spread across the ground. You can see the ethereal Gadie quickly reach down with one stubby finger and begin to gesture as if dipping her finger into the goo and then tracing out along the ground markings.
Okay. I get a finger full of delicious egg yolk, and I start tracing out the runes.
Okay. And with her very explicitly showing you where to go, and you can kind of reach your hand and almost perfectly mimic where she's tracing. There's no need for any further checks. So you can fill in the gaps that are here in this runic circle until you make your way all the way around, and it looks to you quite complete.
As I get to the end, I tell anybody who's still standing there that they might want to step away, like out of the circle.
We'll make sure that everyone is out of the circle.
Ryland, Julius, you're the only one in the circle right now.
Oh shit! Am I?
It's very faint on the map. You can just make out where it is. Yeah, you step back, and Seven, you see Granny gather up the youths, and they all step into the circle, and then you watch as she sits down and begins to chant silently to herself.
Well, I have no way to mimic that chant, so I'll probably sing a children's song or something.
Hrelko, who Naz has probably been having do push-ups or something in the corner, stops and watches, observes this, and
Not going low enough, Hrelko.
it's hard.
Well, keep going.
You got 300 more.
Yeah.
Over the course of a few minutes, you see that Gadie continues to utter words, and approximately 10 minutes pass before you see a shift and a waver in the air above the circle, and then suddenly, where once there was nothing, there are 4 beastkin.
You made it back.
Nice.
Welcome back.
The Loxodon rises from her sitting spot, carefully opens her eyes, and kind of peers around as if expecting something to have gone wrong, then whistles out a sigh of relief through her trunk and says, "Oh, thank you. Oh, that was terrible.
You must be Granny Gadie.
Yeah, that's what the youngins call me. You can call me Gadie Two Tusk, or just Gadie."
Alright, Miss Gadie. Well, we were sent here by the children's parents to come and see what had been going on with the proving and try and lead them back down the mountain.
Oh, thank goodness. Does that mean that they're nearby?
They are. They're at a cabin down at the foot of the hill. Foot of the mountain.
Oh, thank the spirits.
If you
It's
would...
hard enough keeping track of for rambunctious youths on your own on the material plane, you can only imagine how hard it is to keep them all together when they can float in any direction they want.
Oh no.
I can understand how hard it would be. If you would like, my friends and I can escort you all down the mountain.
Yes, and we can provide supplies. I'm sure you haven't eaten anything in so long.
Oh, well, I, for one, am rather starving. I'm sure you can see I'm practically wasting away, she says as she pats her rotund stomach. And says, unfortunately, I had some berries on me when we went through to the other side. I was able to keep these youngins sustained.
Nice.
Well, let's not waste another minute.
Yeah.
We need to get down the mountain before it gets dark or the weather gets any worse.
Yes. The people need to be warned. There's something terrible happening in Tempest Pass. This storm is not natural. It brought down strange ripples of magic upon us in the middle of my ritual. I was trying to summon spirits to help protect us here from the weather, but instead, well, something went awry, and instead of bringing others from the order ethereal, we ended up there ourselves, all except for poor Hrelko, who wandered off at the time. Oh, it was terrible. Standing here watching him for days, looking so miserable.
No shit.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't want to leave him here all by himself, but then again, what could we do?
Let's move down the mountain.
Oh, okay.
Talking more.
All right, kiddies, we're leaving now. Your proving's over. Y'all did great.
You all passed.
Hrelko, I want to see you at the head of that pack.
Hrelko's like, yes, of course. Follow me. The others are all a little bit younger, and they're looking up at the group of you. This little tiny minotaur calf is reaching up towards Seven's swords, trying to grab one of them.
Seven's willing to play along. He's going to well, I guess I can just I don't know if I can just cast it. Can you, if you have something prepared but it's a ritual, can you just cast it using the action? Right? You can, right?
If it's prepared, I believe you can still cast it with your slot, yeah.
Alright, well, in that case, he's going to hold out Bastion, and it's going to, as he invokes it, it's going to expand into a big circular horizontal plane, and he's going to tell all the kids to hop on.
Oh boy. Yeah.
It's going to be great.
One of them had started wandering over towards the zombies, and the other was trying to climb on to Airy. But
do these things classify as small creatures?
They are small creatures, yes.
Oh,
They ride her?
then they can actually. One of them can actually ride Airy.
Yeah, the turtle's totally climbing on Airy, and
Airy can fly in the air as a dragon as long as it's a small creature.
The turtle is riding Airy.
Yeah.
Gadie just looks up and is like, "Don't fall."
This is Raphael's fever dream.
She's like, "I kept these youths alive this long. I'm not going to see him fall and crack his shell now."
You know,
Hrelko, I want you to
Seven
be running
just
laps
casually-
around it. Sorry.
Seven just casually having drops of mercury, might explain his personality.
Maybe.
The Minotaur is 100% climbing up on Bastion though, and sitting there and mooing in delight.
Nice. Although the spell doesn't need it, I take some ropes, put them over my shoulders, and then hand them to him like reins.
Oh, you're gonna do to him what we did to you.
Yeah.
There you go.
Airy's not going to fly super high in the air, like maybe 10 feet above the ground.
The wind, which persists at all hours, keeps him from going too high, but he can kind of fly low and slow and keep this turtle on top.
Yep.
All right. Gadie wearily starts leading the group of you out here. Says, if we hurry, we can make it by dark. Down the mountain slopes. I know the safe paths. I'll take you.
And we will all follow Gadie.
And you are very good with the children. Are you a father?
Oh,
7. Zajic.
I hate children.
He says with this rope over his
You know what?
shoulders.
Yeah, he's currently playing reindeer with the Santa Minotaur.
You're so
The
cute, though, with them.
And collectively, you guys can leave behind the sacred grove and begin making your way down the mountain slopes. Gadie is clearly an expert, and despite her bulk, she is very sure of foot and leads you down gradually from the heights, thousands of feet above the valley floor. You descend until you reach the ground. And it's around this time I need to see where the storm's at. Give me 1 second. Bing. Ooh. It's on the move. Uh-oh. For once, it's actually getting kind of close to you guys. Oh, and you guys are still on this map, so you can't even see where I'm taking you. Here. So you come down the mountain slopes, and you see the storm closing in, moving disturbingly close to you as you come down off of the hills and onto the lowlands. It's boundary wall where you can see sheets of rain coming down. It kind of ends about a couple of miles south of you, but it does seem to be creeping in your general direction as you come down here at probably just before dark. The question is, do you want to try and push the last few miles to make it back to get these beastkin children reunited with their families, or try to hole up here where you've got some potential shelter along the foothills?
Oh, we're taking it back.
Storms be damned, you're gonna make it. Alright. In that case, you cover 2 miles in the course of an hour and are closing in on the remains of this town. For those of you who weren't here, most of it has clearly been engulfed by the nearby lake, which has swollen its banks and has largely wiped out a village there, with the exception of a lone farmhouse which stands far enough away on high ground to remain. You can even make out smoke from the chimney and light. But the storm has one more opportunity here. Let's see if it catches you before you make the village. And luckily, it once again follows an unpredictable trajectory and sort of bounces back in this direction narrowly, avoiding your route. You can see in the distance, probably with the very last of the light, funnel clouds occasionally touching down in the midst of it. You get the feeling like somehow the storm is becoming even stronger, even more. You're not sure if it's stable or unstable, but even more potent as it is just ripping up sections of the land wherever it goes. And is it possibly getting a little bigger?
Oh no.
Hard to say. But you do reach what is left of the village.
So as we get back to the village, then gonna run right up to that cabin, give a little on the door, be like, Zargo, Sirik, Sazin, it's Ryland. We're back with personnel in tow.
And as soon as you guys, before Ryland can even reach the door, it is thrown open, and various beastkin of all description, Minotaur, an Aarakocra, 2 Tabaxi, a turtle, and even a lizard folk who you did not meet before, all come rushing out to embrace their various cubs or hug and thank Gadie, who at this point just looks happy to get somewhere sheltered where she can sit down. And oh, come on, you. Gadie 2 Tusk.
Gave you my word, will you get him back safe and sound?
The Minotaur kind of stamps its foot, this time not in frustration or anger, but in delight, as it heavily claps Julius on the shoulder and says, "Oh, we owe you! Oh, we owe you something tremendous! This debt can never be repaid! Oh, you civilized folk aren't so bad as I thought, I suppose."
Well, you guys are already doing us a favor by taking back the mountain bloom. Julius found plenty of it. That should be enough for the medicine that Maruka and Miak needs. But I mean, if you're feeling extra thankful, we would be glad to hear how you guys snuck past that the watch line.
That would be ever so helpful to us as we move around and just try to be of aid to the people in the area.
Also, I like to cuddle.
The fuck?
I hear the backseat fur is very comfortable to cuddle with.
I'm starting to think this grumpiness is just a ruse.
Interesting.
The one of Jazargo will come up and will give Seven a big hug.
Aw.
Not quite understanding. It's just giving a hug.
He
And-
takes it, but he holds on just a little bit past the comfortable zone.
Friend, I must embrace my child.
Yes, thank you. Thanks.
It's just releases just a little uncomfortably and goes over and kind of bats at the young Tabaxi Hrelko. But the beasts can kind of look at each other and confer a little bit, and finally Gadie will approach you and say,
The others agree. You've saved the lives of many innocent youths today, not to mention my own. I'm sure we would have been stranded in the ethereal plane until we starved if you hadn't come along, and I don't know what would have become of poor Hrelko, but either way, we owe our lives to you, and we owe our futures to you as well. You wish to know of a way to avoid those guardian statues and those walls of stone that the civilized folk have put up over the natural mountain passes, the ways that we are meant to travel, but which have been blocked for petty reasons. There is a path through the mountains. There are ways known only to our kind, ways that we do not share with others, and though I will tell you how to find the place, I will ask you not to share, for these places are important to us. They allow us to move as our ancestors have moved across the land without interference from these kingdoms and empires. It is called a beast path. And here, show me that map of yours, your picture of the land. I will point it out to you.
Then I will show him the map.
And she will basically trace out with one stubby finger. Let me get the storm out of the way for a second. She will trace out a kind of squiggly route that cuts right across this mountain here and connects the eastern and western sides while avoiding both the watchline and windhold. And she says, "Do be warned, though, that if you choose to walk this path, there is a guardian spirit who resides along its lengths and patrols the ways. It will not harm you, I don't think, though you are not beastkin. I'm sure it will judge you, though, and I hope for your sake that it finds you worthy if you choose to go that way."
Well, it's got to be nicer than the spiders we found in those caves.
Oh, yes, the face. It is a terrible shame that they had to be destroyed. Normally, we have more careful ways of harvesting from them only what we need, but in this case, it was too complicated to confer across planar dimensions. So, what is done is done.
Does it look like, now that we're looking at the map, if we take the beast path, that we could get to Windhold without
Right in the back.
going through that we could go through the mountain to get to Windhold as a faster route?
No, because we don't want to do that because there's a secret path on the west side into Windhold.
Oh, duh. Never mind.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily look like it would save you any time, but it looks like it would give you a way to get across that section without having to deal with either the watchline or Windhold. So if you were trying to get to Windhold, it looks like you could approach it from either side at your choosing.
Gotcha. So then Julius will go ahead and take... Did he say how much of the bloom we needed?
No. Just give him, at least 3/4 of it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do. I'm going to go ahead and give him... I'm still going to keep 1/4 of it for myself.
Sure.
A good portion of it for myself, but I'm going to give the rest of it to the Hrelko woman, and I'll bring the map that Ryland has with me and show her, just in case she didn't know where the village was located. I'll point to where Miok's located on the map.
Yeah, they seem to understand where the village is once you tell them where. They say, "Oh yes, they've passed by it many times." So they will gladly get it there as soon as they can avoid the dangers of the storm, which are kind of currently blocking the route. But
And before they go too, I'm gonna, along with the mountain loop, I'm gonna give them 40 gold, so that when they stop in Miok, they can pay Tala for food and drink, and anywhere else they have to stop on the way home.
they take it, and you can tell that the coinage is a little distasteful to them. They don't seem to be particularly keen on it, but Gadie will take it and say, "I understand the value of what you offer, and I appreciate it. You must not judge the others harshly. They shirk such inventions of
you civilized people, but it is appreciated nonetheless.
And Granny, you seem like you know so much more about the storms. Do you know a way of how to help it? I know the ghost lights have been severely damaged. Do you know how we could help fix it?
The ghost lights. Yeah. There are legends amongst our kind, old stories that, well, only a few of us still remember. Someone like me, she kind of taps her elephant head, has a tendency not to forget, but there are a few who remember the old stories. They say that the things that you call ghost lights, they were forged long ago, created by the five wisdoms who traveled all across the land, who knew everything there was to know of Yon, and who sought to make peace where there was strife, to bring an end to turmoil that gripped not only the people of the land, the beasts and wild things, but the very realm itself, the very matter of existence, the very stuff that we're all made out of. All of it was troubled until they came and they brought peace. They say that these ghost lights, as you call them, are what is left of that peace, and that it keeps this world peaceful, or at least, if not peaceful, then stable, as they say. Keeps things in balance. If one of them has been disrupted or destroyed or tampered with in some fashion, I shudder to think what the consequences might be. I suppose that would explain what I've been seeing here. I can only imagine that with time it's going to get worse.
This sounds a little terrifying, actually. You're talking about something that could destroy our entire realm?
I don't know if destruction is the right word, but
throw it out of whack, at least.
It would lose its balance. And then what may unfold next? Shakes her head. These are the old stories, though, and there is little knowledge left in this regard. Just up here in my noggin and in the heads of a few others. And even that was only vagaries told to me as a young calf.
If they're so old, then, and they're created by the five wisdoms, is there any way to heal them, or are they the only ones who could?
That the stories don't say, I'm afraid. But well, she kind of looks off in the direction of the storm. I do hope that someone can find a way. For now, I think I need to make sure that these children and their parents and all of these folk get somewhere safe, somewhere away from all of this.
Gadie, you said that the ghost lights in here were created by the wisdoms themselves long ago. Would someone like Cloudmaker have been there when the wisdoms walked the world?
Cloudmaker. Well, I'm not sure I could say he is an ancient being, far more powerful and far older than any of us. Was uh, he was powerful and wise, even when our kind were still crawling and slithering our way through the forests and the lands of this world. But I do not believe that he would have been here at the time that the wisdoms roamed these lands. Cloudmaker has been here long by our reckoning, but he is still a newcomer to this land compared to the most ancient of ways. He is he's like us, a nomad, a migrant, but his scale is far larger than ours. So what seems only a momentary stop for him spans generations for us.
Who would we go to then if we need to figure out how to fix these ghost lights? If that's the problem.
To fix? I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. The old stories don't tell, and I never recall anyone saying that ghost lights could be broken.
Honestly, Chauncey's probably going to be our go-to resource on the ghost light. She's been in charge of this monastery, and they've been in charge of maintaining the ghost light.
Maybe she'll know more. That's smart.
But you guys best be getting underway before storm gets too bad, or you may need to hunker down for the night. But we got more people to help and places to be.
Yes, of course, of course. You are good folk, and there are not enough in this world like you, especially not these days. If you ever need to call upon the aid of the Beastkin tribes, do invoke my name. I am well respected amongst many, not all, but many, and I will be sure to spread the tales of those who rescued these youths and myself with little thought of reward or concern for their own safety.
Oh, I'm sure good old Ortega here will be right by our side first time we ever need any help. Isn't that right?
I will be first into the breach with you.
Oh.
Told you we'd be friends by the time this is over. Well, you guys, safe journeys, and we do appreciate you helping us out in return.
Yes.
Hi.
Just
Thank
remember, the beast path. You are honored to know that which others are not allowed, but please respect our ways and keep it secret.
Your secret's safe with us. We won't tell a soul.
And they gather. There are now quite a few of them all cramming into a single farm hut, but they are taking as best shelter as they can before preparing to head out the following morning, make their way towards Mjok and the lands untamed, getting out of Tempest Pass as quickly as possible. It is now evening after dark, so you have a simple decision. Do you want to push on through the night, or do you want to camp out here with some small amount of shelter and in the company of the Beastkin?
At this point, it's been one full day. We have 2 more days, almost exactly, to get that Thunderbolt and get back and prepared for the meetup.
It might be better for us to move, but if anybody has anything they need to gain back, I'd recommend against it.
I mean, I would say we should move up to the mountain before we try resting.
Up to the mountain by here,
Windhold.
by Windhold? Over here?
We need to stay on the outskirts of the storm then.
Well,
Yeah.
the storm could move around at any point.
Try to avoid it as best we can.
Probably wouldn't be a good idea to be caught in the storm with low resources. You know?
Yeah.
It would be much better for me to have a rest.
Maybe we
I
should. Camp.
don't imagine us having too big of any more tussles between here and the mountain.
Right.
Yeah, so
I
we're
just-
gonna rest before we go in.
Okay.
It's just a matter of just getting us there and staging, essentially.
Understood, leader.
So
He's right.
last week you guys had talked about making your way over to the river and then using magic to travel along the river, treating it as a road. Do you still want to stick with that plan, or do you just want to make your way down the main road here?
I think given the storm's location,
Yeah.
we might as well just use the road for now until we can cut over. But
Yeah.
there may be Warforged patrolling.
Okay.
Better to be stuck in the storm, though. Better than being stuck in that storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we'll travel down the road for now.
Okay.
We can
We may
probably cut across over here.
That's what I was thinking. At some point, we'll cut over, depending on the storm's movement.
Yeah. Cross our fingers that we get lucky.
If it
Okay.
starts moving east, we can start moving east.
All right. You begin your trek south then along the road. You are skirting perilously close to the typhoon, which just continues to spin and lash the earth below with wind and gouts of rain. You're basically sticking to the road here, right along its edge. You can see that the border of the thing is less than a mile away, and you feel the wind and the rain coming down. Not quite enough to be dangerous, but if you think if the thing shifts even a little, you could be caught in a bad situation. You're also beginning to push the limits of your endurance as you do this. You are okay for the time being, but as you come to the end of an hour on the road here, you can feel that you're going to be starting to strain yourselves going forward. You also can see one other thing in the dark, with occasional flashes of lightning off in the middle of the pass. The valley is laid out clearly before you. You can make out the handful of buildings to the south of you, where on the map you have marked Westwatch Farm. But there's also something which stands much nearer. A stout tower of stone. It bears 4 sails, which look like they have been pretty thoroughly shredded by the windstorm. But the thing is clearly a windmill. And you can see that a series of low buildings, or what is left of them, surrounds the base of it, as well as some cultivated fields, which, from what you can tell from here, appear to be totally swamped. But that's not all. You also see
An
an
old grand.
abundance.
I know, right? You can't help but have a Barovia flashback.
You also see that around the base of the windmill, as well as atop its peak, there are an abundance of torchlights.
Is this the part where Ryland says we should go and be friendly?
I like making friends, but not everyone should be a friend.
Wise.
Can we make out figures by the torchlight?
It's probably hard to see details from over a mile away in the dark here, but
Since
you can see the light.
Since I am a captain, I would assume that I would have a captain's telescope.
A spyglass.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly. A spyglass.
You know how much that is on the list of adventuring items? That's a pricey. No, it's you can have.
Really?
Yes, it's
Cool.
it's cheaper
Actually,
than
pretty
a
good. It's
so
pricey, actually.
it is like 1,000 gold pieces. So that is a valuable bit of gear to have.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
1,000 gold pieces.
A spyglass?
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you shitting me?
Finely shaped and polished lenses like that. Apparently difficult for people with magic.
You ever seen the one scene from Pirates of the Caribbean where Captain Jack holds up the really long one? It's something like that.
But yes, you can have a spyglass.
Cool. I'm going to take out my spyglass. I'm going to try and look towards the tower.
All right.
Or the windmill.
All right. You look towards the tower and you peer through it. You look up and you wait. You're well trained at this, and normally you have to do it on a moving ship, so it's even easier to just hold steady while you wait. And then, in a flash of lightning, I would like you to give me a perception check.
Ooh.
Does spyglass give advantage on that or no?
It's just going to allow you to make the check in the first place.
Cool. Perception, you said?
Yep.
Cool. I get a D4 added to that.
Nice.
Great.
Cool. 26.
Got the thing perfectly trained to pick up some details quickly while you have that momentary illumination. You can see now with the magnification that there aren't just lights from torches or campfires. Well, there are lights from campfires, for sure. But you also realize that there are rows of tents that are pitched and braced on the ground around the base of the windmill. And that there are a handful of banners which hang around the place. You realize that they are emblems of the Imperial Army of the Empire of the Four
Man.
Winds.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh.
Are these people? Like, do I see soldiers? Not Warforged, soldiers.
I'm going to say, even with a 26, in that momentary flash, you didn't get to glimpse figures walking around there.
Gotcha.
Everyone,
Julius,
she's got a spyglass.
Oh.
I say we kill him. Let's put the He's worth more than a boss.
How much do ships sell for, too?
That's right. We can retire.
Retire, yes.
he's gonna immediately close his spyglass and carefully stow it in his pocket.
Which pocket, out of curiosity?
Right?
Are we talking
The
like
best part of when I bring back his corpse to get the boat out dock, and then we go off go on adventure.
Zombie Captain Julius?
Good God!
Oh.
Well, hey, you should know if you're a member of a new adventuring party, you never whip out your expensive kit. You know, that's just putting a target on your back, man.
Honestly, at
I
this
didn't
rate, we
think
should just sail north. Find somewhere with ice, break it open, and haul another dragon out of the ice.
Yeah.
I
There's
mean,
always one.
I didn't think a spyglass was worth 1,000 fucking gold.
It's your mistake.
But now
Yeah,
we
I
all
guess it
do.
was.
Now we all do.
Everyone in the back. Everyone. I just imagine Julius standing there, like peering at this place, and the other 5 of you are just lined up, watching him from
We're all
behind,
drooling at him.
calculating on your
I have a
fingers.
stick, and you have 1,000 gold piece spyglass.
I'm sorry, this belonged to the former captain of the ship. He closes it, puts it up. We got a problem, though.
Yeah.
What kind of problem? A problem we can kill? Or a problem we can talk to? Because talking has not really panned out so well. Like, marginally well.
Pretty good.
A more international kind of problem.
How so?
We've got Empire of the Four Winds camps and tents at that windmill.
So they are
I
involved.
just do believe that we should probably avoid those then.
Are we on which side of the border are we?
We're on
Their side, right?
the Empire side.
Okay.
Oh,
that,
okay.
That,
So they
that
should be-
river with the dotted line is the border mark between the River Kingdoms and the Empire of the Four Winds.
Okay.
They're getting ready to fight. Which means we need to take care of this problem quickly.
Or maybe they're the
Delicately.
fail-safe if we fail with Jadaji, given what Sindin told you.
If his ass ain't dead, they're gonna come over and start
That's-
attacking them. And if they attack the forts, well then the
You're
Riverlands are
worried
gonna
about
attack
a
them.
group of people marshaling on their own land. And you want to engage them in their own fort.
No, we
They
do
are
not.
garrisoned in.
No, the fort's not on their side of the land. We're on their side of the land right now. But if they cross that river, they're in Riverland territory.
Yeah, that's what he was saying, that they're on their own continent right now.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna do anything with them right now. God forbids, no. But we need to hurry along with the situation so they don't cross the border.
Well, now we know. We just got to give them a fake dead Jadaji, and if we know where to take that body now.
Figure it out.
So we're
everything can go back to normal.
So hold on. We all gotta get on the same page. We're not killing the bastard. I'm just making that abundantly clear right now. I'm not saying I want to kill him. I'm saying the Empire has asked for his death, and he has done all of these things, and we're gonna let him go.
We will do everything to prevent more death in this world. If we can give him, them, a Warforged, and sculpt it up and make it look a little closer to Dodgy if there's any difference in him and another Warforged. We may just have to give him another, what they call a serial number, put an R47X on him, and leave him out here. If they think he's dead, there's no reason for them to look for him.
And I could always just animate him back and walk him back. Be like, look, here he is.
Well, that involves more dying in the process.
No, it just involves us walking back and digging up the ones that we left in the grave.
Oh, that's what you... Yeah, that's fine. We got a stock to work with.
Reduce, recycle, reuse.
I think they're gonna know what he looks like.
Exactly. So once we see what he looks like, we can let him know. I bet. I mean, maybe he knows the Four Winds want him dead. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he'll see our offer to give them a dead Jadaji a gift. No one looks for a dead man.
We have to improv as we go
Except for
along.
Safine. She looks for everything dead.
I mean, I think we should go along with plan. And if the Daji doesn't want to cooperate, you know, he commits suicide with his hands tied behind his back. Very
There's
unfortunate.
a lot of options.
Anyway, though, we got time to talk about this as we keep going. We need
Are
just
we
to
not going
avoid
to go
this
say
place.
hi?
Oh
we're
no.
gonna say hi.
Julius will be keeping an eye out around the roads, and if it looks like up ahead I can see any scout parties or anything, I'll go ahead and I'm holding the spell. I'm holding the spell for that specific trigger so I don't waste it, since we're not in combat.
So
But
we go around it a little more. We go eastern a little
What-
bit.
Sorry.
What spell is this that you're
In-
trying to hold? Because
I mean, I'm gonna cast it instantaneously if I see scouts trying to come up on us. Pass without a trace.
Okay, so you're not literally like readying an action to cast it, but you're just
No.
the moment you see danger like that, you're going to try and cast it.
Yeah, the moment with my passives, perceptions, and everything. The moment I'm like, oh hey, we could get caught. Boom! I'm gonna throw it up.
All right.
That's a more useful spell if you cast it before you could be seen.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I mean, it's only 10 minutes, and can we get around here in 10 minutes without going into the storm?
I mean, we're not really getting around anything. We're sanctioned by both sides. Like it's not.
They don't know that.
Did we not have an Imperial ambassador doing that?
We do, but the army doesn't.
So we passed by the other army too.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think we have anything to fear from these guys.
Let's walk.
All right. So do you guys want to proceed at your normal pace, or if you're trying to be cautious around here, do you want to slow down a bit and move a bit more subtly?
Normal pace.
Normal?
Yeah.
If
we're visibly
just scoot past here, okay.
Yeah, if we're visibly sneaking around a military installation, I can tell you it's probably not going to end well.
You got a Naruto run past it, right?
Yeah, you got a Naruto run towards it.
All right.
They can't stop us all.
Exactly.
They don't have machine guns yet.
We need to pull a real Fort Bragg move here and get someone to infiltrate.
All right. I will tell you this. As you cover the next mile along the road here, you can indeed spot lights on the path ahead of you. It looks like there must be some folks with maybe some sort of hooded lanterns or something out there so that they can keep a light going even in the wind. And they are not making efforts to be stealthy, so you can easily spot them if you're moving in the dark well before they spot you.
This is as good of a time as any to cut over and make way to the mountain, y'all.
We are very close. You sure you don't want to say hello and see what they've been up to? Maybe get some idea of what Jadaji was doing before they crossed over, so to speak.
They don't officially acknowledge Jadaji. There are no such thing as defected Warforged.
Perhaps they are a search party. Or maybe they're from Jeddah and they're from wherever Jadaji defected from.
It's just best if we don't have any more players in this game right now.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can't cut through directly now because we'd be going right through the storm.
Well, I don't think it's going to pick us up and put us in Oz.
If we look at the storm, we kind of have to get a little too close for comfort, too.
Might as well go around a little bit more.
You just want to just stick to the road?
Running straight into that patrol. It's the patrol of the storm.
I'd rather take the patrol, honestly.
Yeah.
We haven't taken a rest, and we're not super keen on fighting 5 more demons, but it's up to you.
The patrol has no reason to hinder us, right? We're not military. We're not at conflict with them.
Do y'all know the travel regulations for the Empire of the Four Winds?
This is not the Empire of the Four Winds.
Yes, it is.
You are on the Empire side here. So we actually talked about this a bit last week. That dotted line that runs down the middle of the map, that's the border line between the Empire to the west and the and Lunapur and the River Kingdoms to the east. So you are now officially on Empire territory.
Well, is there any reason that's an issue? Do you need to have like papers to travel around in the Empire?
I would know about travel regulations, wouldn't I?
I probably would too.
We should all know. I mean, most of us.
It would be fairly common knowledge. Documentation is a thing in the Empire, but the chances that they would stop a random group of citizens on the road and start demanding their papers are probably pretty slim unless they had a really good reason to be, on the lookout for someone.
Well, all right, that does change things. Then I'm more in agreement with Ryland. If we think this is a scouting group and they're patrolling these roads looking for something, and we don't have documentation that we're allowed to be here, and we would need it, then fuck yeah, we should avoid them, right? Like, why put ourselves at risk?
We're fine. They're not going to pay us any mind.
It's one of those things where, like, officially they could ask you, but you know, in reality, would they have any reason to, or would they be bothered to? Is more of a question.
It's perfectly fine. We can go through the guards. If they ask for paperwork, I have my own father's seal on me. They're not gonna ask. They're not gonna ask any more questions as soon as they see a royal seal.
To me, it just seems like an unnecessary possibility with tie-up. If they're like, oh, well, you know, stay with us for the night. Let's get to know you better. Because this is... I mean, I'm sure they know what's going on in this area. This is... It'd probably look... We're probably the only people they have seen on this road since the Warforged have come in.
Maybe, but I feel like we're too close to them now to run away, right? So I guess we just have to try to play it cool.
Yeah, play it cool, and I'll stay in the back.
I'd rather take my chances with them than with the storm.
It is still kind of a terrifying thought that we could run into, 5 demons in the storm.
And another banshee, or ghost, or whatever that is. We saw what that thing did to Dima last time.
Yeah,
Yes,
get up and
my sweet Dima.
Oh no,
That's a good point.
Aged it to dust just like that. I would prefer not to be aged like that.
All right. In that case, Cat, Naz.
We're gonna put our hoods up.
Julius.
We're gonna put our hoods up and just play it cool. Act casual. Just act casual.
Just out of curiosity, who takes the lead as you guys
Julius.
approach this group? Julius stepped up to the front.
Julius will take the lead. And he's got paper. He's got his own papers on him, but he will have his father's seal somewhere close by.
Right.
Cat is going to stay probably behind Ryland, even though I don't know, they're probably the same height, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I don't know what Naz is doing, but she better play it cool.
Yeah, Naz takes a deep breath, and you can see she's looking a little bit twitchy, but it's like, this is fine.
This is
There is no reason. Why, they won't recognize us over here.
yeah.
This side of the Empire.
Yes. Naz, just in case they say something, we are just going to speak in Orcish. Okay? No common.
That won't be suspicious.
Would you? I don't think many commanders have my kind of accent, so it's more good for me than for you. But you can be my interpreter, or I can be your interpreter. Something. We'll figure it out. Okay, let's go.
Wait, am I interpret? Are you interpret? Who's interpret?
Shut. Naz, stop. Let's just keep walking.
You make your way along the road, and you eventually are able to make out 4 figures up ahead of you. 2 of them are more heavily armored in the ringmail coats and the padded armor of sort of standard infantry. Others, a little bit more lightly armored, look more like they could be scouts. And as they come within distance of you, and the glow of their lanterns begins to fall upon your faces, one of them hails you over the sound of the wind.
Oi! Julius will walk over. Charming, smiling. Where's Julius? Julius will take the lead. Ari will stay at the back. this time. I'll make sure there's a little bit of space between them as he walks over.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hail, friends!
The two who were in the lead kind of stop, and as you come within a few feet, one puts their hand up. This gentleman here says, "Hold, citizen. What are you doing out on the roads?"
Traveling down the roads, is that a problem?
Kind of looks back at the others. You see the other two have spears slung over their shoulders, and they're kind of gripping them with one hand, watching the situation. And this hooded figure turns back to you and says, "Not per se. It's just we've hardly seen anyone in the entire region, let alone an entire band traveling the road together."
Really? Damn, why the hell would that be? Usually this type of place... We're in Zhao province, right? Or what province are we in?
You're in Za province.
Zhao province. Really? Usually Zhao province is a little more up and bustling around these times. Maybe it has something to do with the storm. I don't know.
He looks around him at the utter devastation the storm has wrought, and he says, "Yes, I imagine so, I suppose."
Too casual. Too casual.
But are you... Kind of looks at the group, Ryland and Elf, Seven in the back with his 15 swords, Nimue, Kat, Naz kind of hanging way back, Safine hanging even wayer back. He says, "Are you refugees?"
We're not refugees. We're traveling together for safety.
Mhm.
I'm here on orders from the Athenium to investigate what's been going on with the storms.
Have y'all heard about our Lord and Savior Eldath?
No, thank you.
Can you please make this one shut up? He hasn't stopped about Eldath all day.
What?
He just keeps saying it over and over. Eldath.
Hold, citizen, hold. What is the Athenium?
The Athenium. The Eye.
The Eye? One of the others in the back kind of shrugs at him as he turns, like, for confirmation.
Oh no.
You've seriously never heard of us?
It's very renowned, prestigious
Yep.
organization.
I mean,
We're like so Ivy League. I mean, come on.
I've not received any higher education. I'm not an officer. But
Point is, we're travelers just moving together for safety. Our business is our own.
Are you... So you're not hurt or in need of help?
Not at the moment, no, sir.
I mean, my ears are bleeding because of the Eldath guy, but...
we were just gonna go and eventually make camp for the night.
Julius, since you're taking point on this, I would like you to make me a persuasion roll. You can do so with advantage from the assistance your allies and friends are providing.
All right, let's
got
go. Persuasion. Fuck. It's an advantage. It's at advantage.
It is at advantage. It is at advantage.
Good. It's real good.
He looks at the group of you and says, very well. If you wish to be on your way, we have no reason to delay you any further. You would do best to get out of this weather as swiftly as possible. Find a safe camp and take no unnecessary risks. These roads are dangerous. I've heard reports of brigands taking over the towns to the south.
Brigands,
And-
really?
He nods. Aye, the thieves, the cutthroats out there looking to take advantage of the chaos wrought by this unnatural weather. But do be careful yourselves, and if you see anyone in need, if there are others seeking refuge, looking to get away, you may tell them that they can seek us out at the windmill. They have the protection and services of my commander, Lieutenant Neela Maxey. She is looking to offer aid and shelter to any who need it.
Lieutenant Moxie, up at the window. Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Clarification question. If I'm not sure what we're about to do in our tight schedule, but it sounds like the brigands are a problem, and anybody who stumbled upon them would have the right to fight back, correct, and take them out with your blessing.
I cannot recommend, citizen, that you attempt to engage with them. They're dangerous, violent, and armed, but they are a menace to any good folk and would not be missed if they were to be wiped from Yon's face.
Only self-defense.
Ask for a reward.
Mm-hmm. But would there be a reward?
He again seems unsure. I have not heard as such, but I would have to take that up with Lieutenant Maxey.
Got it. Lieutenant Moxie up at the windmill, offering refugees to anyone who's lost their home or is in hardship during this time with the storm.
Yes.
I'll make sure we pass the message along if you find anyone.
Very good. Be sure to do so.
Julius will nod and he'll go on by, and Aerie will follow by soon after.
Yeah, they kind of step aside just a little bit to make room for you to pass, but they're definitely kind of staring at you as you go by. A very eclectic bunch on the roads and heavily armed and armored.
As
Ryland.
subtly as
You can do this as what I'm doing is going on. Ryland's gonna reach out his hands to
Oh,
one of their
God.
own free ones. He wants a hand from each of them.
What he's reaching out for their hands.
Yes. Please let me say a prayer for you.
Easy, citizen. We have no needs for the prayers of foreign gods.
All gods are foreign, depending where you're born.
Yes, well.
Oh shit! What happens? Oh
But-
no!
But Eldath is local in your heart.
I have no interest in.
Please, it's a blessing for protection. I wish you the best health while you're here in this weather.
I'll take Eldath's blessing, says one of the soldiers in the back.
oh, uh
Perfect.
oh.
I'll move up
Step
here.
out of the way.
And with that, my eyes are going to glow like this bluish like bottom with a green upper on them, and you're gonna hear a voice. Ryland's gonna do, and the prayer is, Our Lordress who is up above, please bless these hands that touch my own. They have bore a promise to take an oath, and I've promised coin to you in the meantime. With this solemn promise they have made, they will bear their souls to you upon your calling, whenever that may be. They shall not be afraid of things in the night, though we have come across many bodies, they shall not join those souls above.
What the hell?
What the fuck?
And we'll go.
Safine, keep moving. I need to move past.
Sophie, keep the fuck moving!
While they're distracted.
While they're distracted, get the fuck moving!
The zombies just kind of shuffle past while everyone's staring at Ryland.
Exactly.
Get the fuck moving!
Ryland,
Y'all have a blessed day. Eldas blessing be with y'all. Be safe now.
Ryland, I don't often ask for these, but can I get a performance check from you? This is a record. This is 2 performance checks in one session. This is.
And I thought I came up with weird contracts.
Okay, that's enough. They're definitely, you can see like eyes darting back and forth between, 2 zombies shuffling along, a fucking dragon, and the lot of you looking like just nuts. And then this voice comes calling down as the guy who offered to pray with Eldath is suddenly looking very fearful. And you can see that like the other 3 soldiers are all like gripping the pommels of their weapons and the handles as they're watching this. They don't really know what's going on, but they don't want to act. And then when it finally ends, the guy just kind of yanks his hand free from Ryan and like wipes it on his shirt, on his jerkin. He seems a little unsure. He says, "Thank you, holy man."
Oh, well, not a problem. And he'll flip up a gold coin too, and be like, if anyone comes by asking for money for Eldath, here you go. You give this to them.
Yes, I will take this.
Y'all be blessed.
Das vidanya!
Just as icing on top of the cake, as Ryland's like passing by them, I think it'd be fun for Nimue to have each of them in their heads hear like, "Bless you, my child."
The 4 guards were already starting to move along the road, and they moved just a little bit faster.
The point
Julius
was
is
to
just
be
gonna
forgettable, guys. So they wanted to go looking for us.
Julius just looks at Ryland's like, the fuck was that?
That was the
amazing,
best.
Ryland.
If I've ever learned anything along my travels, no one wants to deal with someone they think is crazy, and no one wants to deal with anyone that associates with a higher power of what may or may not be true.
That.
I don't know if
Ryland-
that's the smartest thing you've done or the stupidest thing you've done.
It was
Ryland-
amazing.
I just saw a
was
dragon, zombies, and multiple people from the Empire that these people are at war with walk right on by because they were distracted.
That
I mean, fair enough.
was amazing, Ryland. Honestly, you know what? I'm going to do this, and then she kisses you on the cheek, and then she just starts to skip down the road. Those stupid imperial dogs.
Yeah, what you'll notice if you watch the movement of their lanterns, their lantern light is as soon as they get past you, they immediately make a beeline along the path leading back towards the windmill.
It urgently became shift time.
Yeah.
See, Ryland, and you thought we wouldn't make it out of that, okay?
It looked a little hit or miss there in the beginning.
I mean, we were fine. Worst case scenario, I show them my father's sigil and we walk out through A-okay.
Oh, you big royalty.
When's the last
You
time you
got-
talked to your father?
2 years ago?
Are you sure he's still in good standing?
I mean, if he wasn't in good standing, the Warforged wouldn't be made.
Well,
He's one of the main.
If they keep losing battles against my men, punishment failure.
Unless
He's one of the main. He's one of the main suppliers of serpent oil. So.
Unless they tortured all the answers out of him and revivified his corpse each time it became too much.
That's a pretty unique situation, Safine. And we should keep those situations to ourselves.
Is that common?
It's common when you work high up in the government.
I have seen that a couple times. I'm not.
Xantham is a very scary place.
It's not that bad.
Do we want to make a beeline to the mountain at this point? Because it's
You should go back to my home.
I say we make it to the base of the mountain and we quickly go to sleep.
Quickly go to sleep, huh? Well,
Try.
I've got some lovely news.
Oh, it moved right on top of us.
It has finally happened.
Oh no.
As you guys are
Oh, fuck.
shuffling along the road to the south, and you see that group of patrolmen on the road, those soldiers, heading off towards the windmill. You're not entirely sure if they are going back to immediately report to their superiors, or if they are attempting to flee the coming storm, because as you make your way along the road to the south, it finally takes a turn for the worse and comes bearing down upon you. Sheets of rain begin to fall and drench you, engulfing you in a tumult of water, wind, and roaring noise, which makes it almost impossible for you to even communicate with each other. You have to shout just to be heard mere tens of feet away as the thing descends upon you whilst you are out in the open.
I mean, how far off can we see this coming at any given time?
I mean, with the constant flashes of lightning and such, you can basically see it at any point. But the problem is that it moves really fast and
Like,
very unpredictably. You're asking
Okay.
you're asking if you would have 10 minutes to get
yeah,
a
you know,
tiny hut up, a pillow
Yeah.
party up.
and it sounds like you would think that I would ask that, and therefore you would just, yeah, gotcha.
I'm gonna tell you this. You're not sitting somewhere at camp watching this thing come rolling in. You're on the road trying to get to a destination.
Okay, fair enough.
And this thing, when it does suddenly take a hard turn and begin blowing your way, it is on you quickly. It's like, and to be clear, you're already like, it's raining constantly. The wind is howling constantly. So it's not as if it's calm and then this thing descends upon you. You're already in the middle of a torrential thunderstorm, and then a hurricane comes on you.
How long does Tiny Hut cost to
Original
cast
10
as an
minutes.
action? Yeah, but as an action.
Ooh,
I think it's still 10 minutes.
Is it?
the casting time.
You cannot make it into one action. I know that.
No. Yeah,
Okay.
because it is not a combat spell.
Gotcha.
Well, looks like we should make that beeline to the mountain because it's weaker there.
Well, it's not quite so simple as all of that, I'm afraid. But as the thing bears down upon you, basically straight at you, and the wind begins to drive, making it almost impossible for Safine to get the ritual prepared in time. And when I say almost impossible, I mean actually impossible.
You know, like, I'll roll that.
And the lightning booms and cracks overhead, dazzling your eyes and making your ears shudder. You hear unearthly howling. You cannot tell if it is merely the storm or more than that. But as You cast about, looking for any shelter, trying to figure what you can do next to protect yourselves. It only grows louder and louder. And that is where we will leave things this week.
Now, I hate to be the guy that says this, but I think we have to go back to the windmill.
No. Why?
Because I don't know if we're going to be able to survive much more in the storm if we have to fight our way out.
How many resources have you used?
I don't know.
I've used like zero.
That's fair.
The only person who's burnt tons of resources is 7. Everyone else is full health, full stats.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh yeah, you might be missing. You guys, you took a long rest before heading up the mountain, which you were not here for. So
okay.
So Cat is long rested.
All right, cool.
And you're plus 10.
But I'm still 57 out of 76 HP because of that one bite. It's fine. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
Wait, you're at what?
57 out of 76.
And that's with the 10.
Yeah, he gave
That's
you
without
10,
the 10.
the 10 HP.
I gave you 10 HP last.
You didn't give me the 10.
Oh, last
you
game.
gave that to last game.
Yeah.
He did it at the beginning of the
same
long
day.
rest. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Then never mind. I'm good.
So you're like 65 out of 86.
Yeah.
Yeah. So freaking going towards the mountain gets us out. Going to the windmill puts us in the eye of the storm.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this storm works that way, man. Does this storm work that way? Where it's bands and it actually gets and the eye of the storm is calm? Do we know anything about it? Does it work that way?
I mean, you have seen it to be like a giant swirling cyclone of clouds. You've not been in the eye of the storm, but it almost looks like, especially Julius would probably be familiar with this. It looks very much like a hurricane in miniature.
Okay. Then yes, you were right. Just get the fuck out of here.
Because we can find the secret cave. We can
Yeah,
put up the tiny
that'd be
hut
cool.
in the cave. Because we'll have protection from the elements in there. So Fiend can concentrate. We can get the long rest in.
That is a question I had. How do we find this secret cave?
We gotta look. We know it's on the west side.
So we just gotta look
when you
for
say
it.
when you say we gotta look, it could take us a whole day to search a mountain range for a cave entrance.
While we're in a hurricane.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but I mean, looking for a specific cave in a mountain range seems like
Osama bin Laden was good at it. So can I.
He didn't have to contend with a hurricane.
No,
A magical hurricane. He did not have to contend with a magical hurricane that can throw out ghosts that can age you 40 years. In an instant.
True.
I mean, I hate to say it, but those didn't the guys at the farm on the other side say that they knew this entrance that had been drilled through the mountains or something?
There was an
No,
architect.
they knew about the beast path.
The guards said they knew about the beast path?
No, the guards never said anything about the guards we found at the farm.
Oh,
On
okay.
the eastern
Eastview
side.
Farm, the Lunapore soldiers.
Yeah, those soldiers knew some back entrance, didn't they?
They knew that's how the Warforged got in. They tunneled through the side of the mountain into Windhold.
Right. So beyond this secret back entrance, there's presumably a tunnel somewhere too.
No. The western entrance is that tunnel.
So then it's not a secret entrance because if they made it, they know about it.
Yeah, the farmers know about it.
Yeah, the Lunapore soldiers who were there who got attacked, and the Warforged will know about it because they made it. Yeah.
Right. So if they know it's there, they probably are guarding it. It's not necessarily a secret entrance at that point.
Well, yeah, but it's going to be easier to enter in through a tunnel guarded by, I assume it'd probably have 2 people, maybe 2 people on each end of it, than it would be to break through a perfectly intact stone wall that hasn't been damaged at all.
Right. I'm just wondering if that and the thing that you got in the sending response are actually 2 different things. I'm not I'm not sure. I'm just saying, like, because he mentioned a secret entrance. It could be that that's actually something separate from the tunnel that they drilled.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, there may be a second entrance, but I mean, yeah, it's possible. Cave to west, never seen before. Secret entrance? ? Approach from west. But that also may be, he may assume that's a secret because he's never seen it before.
Right. It could be the same thing. Yeah.
I'm assuming he's probably traveled to Windhold at least once, being in the pass.
I mean, do we have any ability to actually find this entrance in a fast manner, or do we just have to like search the mountains?
You can cast sending again and see.
Yeah,
if
I
you
mean,
can get an
I can always send a message to Padawan Sarah. Be like, hey, yeah,
Padawan.
Hey, it's me again. More questions.
Ryland Nahilo here.
Don't you have Arcane Eye?
Yeah.
I mean, we can use that to find the entrance too.
I mean, it's not faster than we are. I mean, we could use that to search in two different directions at once. But it's not. It's not like it's gonna. You know, I mean, it's still gonna take a while to find, right?
No, yeah, it will, but that would cut the time in half. So it's an option that we have on the table.
Maybe. I mean, you're assuming my perception checks don't suck.
They won't, because I'll give you advantage.
I'm assuming it's the face that we're
the arcane
coming
eye
on,
advantage.
because the guy said it's the cave is from the west. If it were on the front side near the road, they would conceivably have been seen going into it, and they didn't say it was on the back side of the mountain coming in. So I've got to assume it's on that face side that we're approaching.
You could be right. I'm just saying that our best plan might be to wait for the storm to pass before we start searching, rather than search like in the storm.
Well, either way, though, we got to get to like the fringe of the storm to be able to do it. Either up top, up here, or like in a nook over here. Actually, would Safine be able to concentrate like in the weaker parts of it, like the light gray?
Anything that's under that blob is going to be experiencing the full effects of the storm.
Okay. Yeah, so we've got to skirt the storm one way or the other.
I'm excited for you guys. You're getting deep in it now.
Awesome.
Right.
Let's just, past the new year, just go ahead and skip to like the 3rd. Oh, it's the 4th.
You know, when I put the beast path in there, I really wasn't sure if you guys were actually ever going to find it. I'm excited that you guys actually get access to that. I don't know if you'll ever even use it, but
that was a coin toss.
All I'm saying is, we break out of this place and we don't go back out the secret tunnel. We break out the east and take the beast path over the mountain.
Yeah, that's probably actually really smart. Maybe they won't follow us.
I'm actually really pleased because so far you guys have picked up on almost every little like secret or hidden thing that I've put in here. Almost all of them.
I know there's 2 locations we're missing, Anthony. We're missing C and J.
Well, C is actually the flooded town.
Oh, okay. So we're only missing 1 then.
Well, you're assuming there's no letters after that.
Well, you have K on the map, and J comes before K. And unless you're just a real dick, Anthony.
I may have.
Unless you're doing the whole put sheep in the high school.
Yeah, I've heard
play
that
1, 2,
one
and
before.
4.
Right. I've heard that one before,
I mean, we didn't have D on this map the entire time, and boop, D just popped up.
Well, so is everyone will be present next week? We'll have a full cast of characters.
Hopefully my internet will join too.
Yeah.
Hopefully your internet will join. Hopefully Nick's illness will depart.
Yes.
Yeah, it won't be a month until I might be unavailable.
Okay. I think you guys can probably finish with this section by then. This entire section. This isn't no Barovia going on for a year in one little valley.
Yeah, I mean, our record in valleys is pretty good.
If we get to a field, we're fucked though.
Yeah. It all goes down.
Watch us go to the Orgnus left next, where it's just a big taiga. It's just a field.
It's all field.
I just want to go across the
It's
beat
our
path
field.
because I want to see how people get judged.
Say again?
I said I just want us to cross the beast path so that I want to see how everyone gets judged.
Uh-oh. That'll be fun.
What are we gonna do if it like stops and stares at someone and attacks?
Run like hell.
Run from them.
I'd assume we'd kill it, but
Uh,
Or-
Those things.
or at least
Spirit?
reason with it, you know.
It'll be fun to see how it judges.
What do you think's gonna happen after this little section?
Oh,
Ow.
the world's our bitch once we finish this section.
Right.
I told you, we're hopping on my boat and we're going somewhere.
That's
I think
if-
I think I'll just go back to my men.
I mean, we're far removed from what's it called? Any
Sand?
political any political intrigue or any updated information about stuff going on. So we might come out of this and find out a bunch of shit's changed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's something I kind of talked about with the guys and gals who were here last week. But my intention after you are done with Tempest Pass is this is sort of your introduction to some of the elements of the world. But the idea is to open it up and give you guys some choices to make in terms of where you're interested in steering the campaign after that, and to let you kind of explore the things that pique your interest a bit more.
Do you get my private message about that?
I probably did. I probably read it and completely forgot about it.
Oh, it's a long.
I'll take a look. Yeah, I do. I do remember you sent me something and I read it, and it was probably just before a session, and I was like, I can't think about this right now. I'll have to come back, but I'll check it out. Oh yeah, that message. Yeah, I recall that message. Yeah, no, that's the thing I thought about.
You haven't seen the updated map, Max? The updated world map?
Oh yeah.
Really? I haven't?
It's not.
What is it?
It's
Where is
not. This one isn't actually updated. This one's been up.
Oh, okay.
At least this one's been on the World Anvil site the whole time. But
Let me see.
The realm of the Fae Queen up there? I didn't see
Yeah,
that
yeah.
on the normal
Uh
map.
huh.
Uh-oh.
it may have had.
Uh-oh.
It may have had different labels on it. When I think about it.
There's the realm of the Fae Queen. There's Wallow, with the singing Goliaths. There's
I see the Yon world map. Are you guys talking about that?
No, it's literally on Roll20 right
No,
now.
Oh,
yeah,
it is.
Well, I just flipped over to it on Roll20, but
Okay.
yeah, the Yon world map that probably needs to be updated too. I have to get back to that website and add some additional lore.
Yeah, you've got all the like land masses there, but this has more labels on it.
I see.
Like,
Let me take a look.
the fraction Jotun spires? I don't even know what that is.
Mountain.
There's the realm of the Fey Queen.
Yeah, because the spires isn't in here.
Realm of the Fey Queen is
Where?
right up, right
Oh,
above Mystera.
Mitria.
Mitria, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I definitely want to go.
Along with the
Realm.
Mystic
I mean,
Owl,
I'm-
Lornfar,
where
Land of the
it
God
was,
Eaters.
Cool to see it.
That label
That'll
might
be
need
pretty cool.
to change a little bit.
Land of the God Eaters?
that might be
Dude, let's
a
fucking-
slightly outdated label.
Let's fucking go.
Hell yeah.
There's a bunch of shit.
So we are right. Where are we?
We're right
You
here,
are
right here.
You're right here.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
and
see it. Okay.
It's not a good scaling on that because you can clearly see Tempest Pass on this map, and in reality, it should be much tinier. So I'm still working on tweaking the scale and position of things, but
No problem.
but yeah, you guys are like right on the border between this kind of the main continent and the sort of subcontinent here.
Gotcha. So I'm trying to think like who everybody had their introductions with, because I know I was somewhere around here, right?
Yeah, you were basically right around here. Oops.
I was, if I
You were-
remember correct. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You were no, I didn't mean to. I gotta turn that grid off now.
And I know some people came from Empire of the Isles. That was Nimue and
Yep.
Julius, right?
I came from Zhao province, which is very close to there.
So
It's on the opposite side of the sea.
yeah, so Kat's introduction was actually very specifically right around here.
Between
That
the
little-
seas.
Yeah.
Right.
Nimue was on the Isles here. Julius was more like on the coast down there, and of course, Safine was over here somewhere in Xantum. Somewhere. Don't know
Yeah.
precisely where. Probably right around the middle.
Okay, I really do want to see Safine's nightclub though. That's,
I know,
that's
right?
like I think we need to go there next.
Ryland was somewhere
It's
around
all
there.
it's all shuttered up.
Oh,
We need to reopen it.
sad. We need to make a new one.
Yes.
Yeah, let's crush the empire.
What about 7?
Seven was somewhere. Seven was on a secret mission, so
He was on a secret mission. Now.
Such a mystery.
That's one question.
Seven is always on a secret mission.
We're all going to be classified in some document by the eye.
Right.
I want to go
What do
to.
you mean gonna be?
Already.
Uh-oh.
You're in the report already, buddy.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. You were where? Lilith?
No, I said I want to go to Lith so bad.
Yeah, me too.
That is cool.
A nice
I wanna go
little
to-
small self-contained island. Yes, please.
I want to go to Lith. I want to go to the realm of the Fey Queen.
You don't want to go to the realm of the fake queen.
Hell yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Sounds
You
awesome.
you don't want to go.
It
to
sounds
the realm of the
fucking awesome.
What about it sounds
That
awesome?
awkward moment where you actually trade your Drake for a squirrel in the face.
Right.
pretty sure-
Oh, fuck. We're
I'm
going
pretty
to.
sure.
Oh, go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's just I'm pretty sure that Max has slightly more lore on the realm of the Fey Queen than anyone else. So
You don't want to go to the realm of the fake queen.
I know I want to fucking go to Cloudmaker's domain.
That's
yeah.
said the River Kingdom.
Where is?
I want to go to
that?
Cloudmaker's
Oh,
domain.
I see it. There it is, down to the
And
south.
Fang. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't know about Fang. I don't know if I don't know about him, but I know
don't
Cloudmaker
remember-
want to go there.
I don't remember the Sacred Kingdom. Which one is that?
I haven't actually done a lore write-up on the Sacred Kingdom.
Okay. And
So-
Xantum and the Fractured Empire. So these used to be part of Xantum, right?
Right.
Gotcha. Okay. God damn, Empire of Four Winds is fucking huge.
It is.
We gotta take that bitch down.
I think sailing in the Sea of Reefs would be a lot of fun too. What I really want to do, and I've said this a million times, I want to meet one of these Triton towns. One of the deep sea I want to have some underwater excavation.
Underwater.
Oh man, I just imagine everything white is just gonna be a replay of Frost Rime.
Rhyme with the Frost Maiden. I actually, it's kind of funny. So this is, I've done a couple of I don't know what to call them, world building endeavors, and this is maybe like version 3 of some stuff that I've like pulled over and over again. So certain kingdoms and certain places I just keep pulling back because I really like the concept of them, and others I will like change a lot. But there's a couple of little places on the map that keep coming back, and one of them is Lornfar, which is over here right now.
I was gonna say not too far away.
And another one is down at the bottom of the map. It's Cavor Klal. You've gotten essentially no lore on that entire continent yet, but Cavor Klal has a pretty built out location in it that I'd really like to explore at some point. Probably not right away.
Go to the Isle of Urdur.
The Isle of Urdur.
Urdur.
Urdur. Urdur.
There's a lot of possibilities here, Like
Oh,
we
yeah.
could go
Yeah.
we could go all over like the River Kingdoms, Cloudmaker's domain, the Empire of the Four Winds, Empire of the Isles, or we could go go political route and go to like fractured kingdoms between Xantum and see a big war or something
See,
like
if
that.
we could do any of that. You gotta remember too, fucking Julius's boat is like right here on the northern side of the River Kingdoms, which means we'll have to sail around the River Kingdoms through the sea reefs and the scattered shores, and then through the Gulf over here if we want to go to the opposite side of the continent. I don't
And
know
we're going to
how
roleplay
sailable.
every every single day of travel.
No, there's too many sea shanties for that.
Let's go! Sea shanties!
We've already prepared the sea
fucking
shanties.
night!
Listen, we've limited Ryan's singing, and we have given him sea shanties on the sea and in taverns.
I'm ready for it. I played Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I got it.
I get shanties whenever we're on the fucking boat and in taverns. So we're gonna have fucking shanties. And Ryland's gonna sing along with us. Once we get him good and drunk.
You've never seen Ryland drink, and
I
there's a
don't
reason
think-
for that.
Does Ryland know what
Cool.
alcohol is?
He's not.
Yeah.
He's not stupid.
No.
He got drunk and beat his first wife.
While you guys were getting drunk,
Fuck, okay.
while y'all were getting drunk when we were with the Stolid Heart, I was over there drinking tea.
Nah, we're gonna put some hair on his chest, get him
Yeah,
fucking
we can-
drunk.
I need to get Ryland drunk.
Have you ever seen a hairy elf? I don't think so.
Whatever. He's going for the Rock Lee vibe.
I'm not
We're gonna
doing
get
drunken
his
fist.
The rock.
We're gonna get his ass fucking drunk, and then we're gonna go into a sea shanty as soon as he's drunk.
You could try.
Oh. Actually, that's another one of. Actually, I have a super built out location, like a very detailed map for it that I made of a city, which I was going to. It's from a different campaign, but I was going to transplant it into, Empire of the Isles. It's called Kiel, and I think you guys probably have a lot of fun there too. But
What do you do with a drunken sailor?
not on the boat.
What do you do?
Not on the boat.
boats
Yep,
only.
you have to adhere to the rules as well.
Not drunk enough yet either.
That's just for Ryland. As soon as we get his ass
I'm
drunk.
gonna pay a wizard to teach me silence somewhere.
I don't know if clerics can get that spell.
Oh no, I'm gonna have him teach him. Don't worry.
He's gonna go for arcane secrets, and he's gonna try and get cross.
Clerics get
cross
arcane
class-
secrets?
or whatever. I don't know. Cross class. He's gonna get something. He's gonna figure it out. It's gonna happen.
He's gonna take an 8-level dip in wizard. 9 level dip in wizard. Silence
That-
is
That
that's
gets me
exactly what he's
silence.
gonna do.
He's gonna take a 9-level dip into fucking
He's
wizard
actually-
just to shut me up.
He's actually gonna take a dip in the artificer and
Actually,
invent
you-
tape, and then use the duct tape over Julius's mouth.
No, fucking
He's gonna
Max.
cast-
I'm gonna have to pull a Hippolito and start skinning people and things to make objects.
He's
Like
gonna
his
cast-
own mask.
Okay, hold on. I remember
Hold up.
somebody giving him the skins, Mister.
Whoa.
Wasn't me. I
Who
didn't
was
get
it?
those skins.
Who kept giving him things? That was you, wasn't it?
No, because this was in
Or-
Eddie's campaign. I didn't.
Yeah.
I barely reacted with him. He was just a weird little guy who followed us.
Yeah,
I was.
and he
never
just kept
with him.
creating more and more instruments out of like detritus and human body parts.